It's good to see you, and since I missed my chance to say so yesterday, happy September. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Hello, RB. I hope you're well. Cute little dancing Diddy Kongs. What channel are those actually from? Oh, Dead Blossom Jessies, that makes sense. Wow, when I click on the emote to find out what channel it's from, it reminds me that I can save up to 30% on new subs this September. That is so true, Twitch. Thank you so much for articulating that. Been putting deck ideas together. Excellent. Hello, Gist. Hello, Faith. Welcome. Arbeat, at first I thought it said you were putting desk ideas together. I was like, I don't know, I can put ideas together for my own desk. Thank you. I have my own thoughts on that matter, but... Hello, Joels. Cute jacket. Thank you. It's the same one I was wearing yesterday. It's more the shirt under it. That being said, the shirt under it is being keyed out. As we all are from time to time. There's green here that is definitely not rendering as green. Indeed, you can see the copyright date of Phoenix Wright under it. Haha, just... Does that mean I have to tag the stream for drugs or alcohol references? I know that Phoenix Wright has worked very hard to keep those out of this game, except for the wine glass. But of course you can drink many things from a wine glass, like for example tomato juice. Last time, you know what? It might be because last time I wore this, I was on Barry's green screen, and her green screen is a slightly different shade. Last time I feel like the blue was getting keyed out as well, but it's not this time, so that's fun. Boing. Yeah, pour one out for Maya. Yeah, I was gonna say, so, spoiler alert, I guess. There's no other way to end that first day of the trial. Like, that wasn't a bad ending, that's just how it goes. You can't get an acquittal during the first day of the trial. And I wonder how many people playing this game just got, like, stuck on the first day of the trial and assumed every time they moved past it that they were getting a bad ending. Because the game makes it very clear Maya's gonna die. Hello, Lucky. Let me get my announcements sent out on Blue Sky and whatever. Yes, last time we saw some really fucked up shit. We learned that one of the witnesses / suspects involved in the case had attempted suicide in the past. And she said, please don't tell anybody about that. And I was thinking that Phoenix was 100% gonna tell anybody about that, probably during court, because that's what he's always doing with people's closely held secrets. But no, it turns out Edgeworth did instead, and he did it in like the worst conceivable way. You think so, Jess? That's true. That is what I did when I because there is an actual bad ending in this case. I think the trigger for it is later, in a later trial sequence. And I stuck with that bad ending the entire time because I was like, well, I'm sure that things will pick up any moment now. Right. Adrian Andrews was basically threatening suicide on the witness stand, and Edgeworth dared her to do it. And then we just put that aside. She testified, and okay, we're gonna think about the information that she testified about now. Thank you for Eden Rose. I got this in 2016, it ought to be. It was a part of the H&M Coachella collection in that year. which also included, this I got from the men's section. Also included in that collection was a shirt in the women's section. There's a white crop top, which bore the legend in sparkly gold letters, "It's selfie time," which I was not at that point in my life in a position to buy. Now, obviously, I would wear the shit out of that. But at the time, I did not purchase that shirt, unfortunately. Slurp. But yeah, it's a nice shirt. At one point I must have worn it to class, because I also wore it to my cousin's wedding, which is how I know what year I got it. I must have worn it to class, and at the Broadway Junction subway station in New York City, in Brooklyn, at which I made a changeover during my commute, a couple girls complimented me on my shirt, and I did not look up or otherwise acknowledge them because I assumed they couldn't have been talking to me. And they were like, "Hey!" So, fuck, I'm sorry, I didn't, okay. It's okay, RB, I still found a way to piss them off. Oh shit! Look at the lime juice bottle. That's crazy. Wow. Rarely is something keyed out so fucking well. Dude, that's crazy. This is what I've been missing out on by putting the lime juice in my water in the kitchen instead of at my desk every morning. Look at that. That's awesome. God damn. Can you read the recipe for tortellini asparagus salad there? God, that rules. I should, like, use this as a water bottle. God, that's excellent. Yeah, Phoenix Wright branded lime juice. There was that promotion a couple years ago, you don't remember? Free Eden Rose. I can't do an ASMR stream yet, because it turns out when I get close to this microphone, I just sound really blown out. But when I get the good microphone in, which should be in, or at least I'll be able to order it in a few days. So I have my rent check here, I'll drop that off after stream. Yeah, RB. Is that what they call it in Ghost in the Shell? What is it called in Ghost in the Shell when they go invisible? Which, honestly, I don't know how they ever catch a murderer in the Ghost in the Shell universe. Is you can go invisible, and also if somebody has prosthetic eyes, you can hack their eyes. Which, like, to me says, why would you ever get prosthetic eyes? Because that seems really bad that you would have that, but... Lime juice wrappers. Yeah, exactly, Eden Rose. Yeah, I'll just plaster up a bunch back there, and you'll just barely be able to make out the series of lime juice logos on the screen. I have to pay rent by check. Yes, I have to pay rent by check. I don't know how things go. Those are the only checks I ever write in my entire life. I don't know, how the fuck else would I pay rent? Venmo? How the fuck else would I pay rent? When I was in college, my roommate paid rent via cash, and it made our landlady really suspicious of him. Where am I gonna get cash? Where I go to the bank and get cash? Pay rent with a standing order in my bank app. I don't think so, Jules. Direct debit. So we have something in the US called direct deposit, but that's a way for your employer to put money directly in your bank account. I don't think there's any similar structure for you to pay your landlord directly. Fortunately lucky, here in Philadelphia at least, my share of my rent is substantially less than $1,500. That's a nice thing about living here. Generally the chief advantage for me in living in Philadelphia is just the social scene and access to my friends and Barry. But another nice thing is that the rent is not as disgusting as it was in New York City, because it is disgusting there. Oh, nice, Faith V. I mean, Faith V, that is fine as long as you're only there for like a year. Right? Wait, let me do some math. What's 2 to the 12th? 2 to the 12th. Yeah, that's only $4,000. I'm sorry, just. Yeah, fortunately, my leasing company, because I don't even have it. When I was in New York, all right, when I was in Brooklyn, the landlady lived in the building with me, which is definitely a better system because, first of all, giving them the rent is very easy. And also, if there's a problem with the building, they have a direct intrinsic motivation to fix it because it's also fucking their building. It's where they live, as opposed to the system I have now. Huge fuck off leasing company based in California runs my building, as well as like a half dozen other buildings in the area in West Philadelphia. And if there is a problem with the property that makes it unlivable, it doesn't affect the owners or any of their employees, so. Yeah, but I don't think that anybody, it's certainly not common in the US to pay rent directly. So yeah, I only ever write checks for rent. The other day, I had to take an old air conditioner to the dump, and there was a $7 charge to drop it off, which I did not have on me. I didn't have $7 cash on me. I had to go find some. But I asked to make sure, you know, is that cash only? And the guy said cash or personal check. And I was like, check? The next county for Eden Rose. More like the next the other side of the goddamn country. Alright, I'm somewhat anxious to start playing Phoenix Wright. I really want to verify that Maya is alive and well. Have I seen the Subliminal Message Columbo ep? Yes, I have. That being said, Brems, because it's you asking, Columbo ep are not the words that I expected to see after the word subliminal message there. I'm very sorry to have missed Columbo night last night. I had to pick up MK, who's indeed here now, and she should be bringing me candy later in the stream, so that'll be nice. Yeah, I was picking up and otherwise tending to MK for the rest of the evening, so I wasn't able to join Columbo Night on the Discord, unfortunately. Very sad. However, viewer, if you would like to and you're not already a part of the Discord, you can join via that link there. Maddox Electro Check Kent, thank you for the $5 tip. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bye. It turned out yesterday, after I turned the volume all the way down on my Phoenix Wright music, which I'm playing in YouTube, it's at the top of my playlist of liked videos, which is why I'm able to find it quickly before stream. And it turns out that off screen and completely silently, YouTube was running through my entire playlist of liked videos during yesterday's stream. It's fortunate that it was completely silently, or I would have gotten copyright ID'd, then copyright ID'd, and copyright ID'd, and copyright ID'd. I didn't mean to, Joels. That was an accident. All right. Oh man, just one more thing. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Company law offices. So I assume this is like right after the first trial day. Mr. Maya! Oh my god, she's dead. Ay. There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Ah. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper's kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up! We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Yes, Maya is kidnapped and held for ransom on the condition that we get our client a not guilty verdict. You might think that that would cast some serious doubt on the guilt of our client. Fortunately, however, we are in the possession of a magical lie detector that we were able to use to verify that he has never killed anyone, including the victim in this case. So, Joel's, they did have a one-day deadline. Phoenix is just talking out his ass. The sick Maya's in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So...
Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal.
Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. Phoenix, is this really appropriate content for your internal monologue when Maya has been kidnapped and is probably being killed?
It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk.
Oh, right, because they fucking fired him.
I came to talk to you, pal.
We're kind of busy right now.
Hey, it's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal.
It's okay. I already did that.
Watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can?
He just called the watering can Mister. There's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Actually, the crime happened at the recently completed hotel in the center of town, the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Just how far are they going to expand their empire? Phoenix takes a moment to look around his office in this tense situation. All right, Gumshoe, let's talk. The future. Wow, what a big subject for conversation. So what are you gonna do from now on?
What do you mean, pal?
Anybody draw Dick Gumshoe as the Disco Elysium protag? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet?
Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday.
What are you talking about? You don't have another payday.
I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Say.
Your last law assistant's been murdered, right? So I can stand in. You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Regard's innocence all day, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Dick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Plus, I've been taking a correspondence course in the Karide spirit channeling technique.
By the way, what's your best dish? Oh, actually though, I was making a joke, but actually though, Mia in Dick Gumshoe's clothes would be really, really, really fun. The like really oversized button-down shirt and suit coat and trench coat, just like dripping off of her. That would be really cute, actually. Yeah, that would be really sweet. I can see it now, because the collar's so huge, right? And it like goes all the way down to his chest, so I can imagine how far down it would be going on Mia, and then also the rest of it. Yeah, I think that would be great. Go for it, Gumshoe, 100%. Okay, by the way, what's your best dish?
Instant noodles, pal.
Why am I surrounded by people who eat only cheap, unhealthy foods? Phoenix, you're so judgy. Also, for priorities right now, man.
That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that.
Yeah, you mean when he outed someone in court for being suicidal? Yeah, that was really fucked up, Gumshoe.
Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Ms. Andrews killed herself.
I mean, he said that? That's horrible. I mean, yeah, listen. There's no reason for us to think that Edgeworth is our friend. He was a real piece of shit for most of the first game. And just because he was placed in the position of having to defend himself in the fourth case, and then sort of an affable stooge in the fifth case, doesn't mean he's not a piece of shit.
But because of him doing that, we got to the truth finally. So it's impossible to say if it's good or bad.
And cut to the news report, Adrian Andrews attempts suicide again. The truth? Ms. Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think that there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing.
You mean about that thing, pal?
Why would she need to... No, I mean... Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Ungard? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day.
Then you're saying that testimony was a lie?
Not a lie per se. Just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. That's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Not really, she was fucking constantly coaching witnesses. Franziska von Karma. That's right, Franziska von Karma took a hit in her right shoulder yesterday, just like her dear old dad. Speaking of Ms. von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Now that's karma. Wasn't she shot this morning?
Ms. von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal.
But she's gonna be fine, right? Here, look, I'll use a metal detector. I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but...
Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there.
Is that what that means?
They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital.
Which one?
What? Are you gonna
No! Am I gonna... Do you return to the Hottie Clinic in this case?
Are you gonna visit her, pal?
No, well, I was kind of thinking about it.
Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today.
I mean, Maya is being tortured to death.
So maybe it'd be good for her if you want to let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Deck.
No, I'm definitely not going.
Let's see.
You do. I forgot the Hottie Clinic existed 100%. That's the virtues of having only played this game once in middle school.
Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic.
That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Oh, my fucking profiles got reordered. I hate when they do that. She alright? After being shot, I mean.
Her wound isn't that bad. Well, the gunshot wound anyway. But the wound to her pride, now that's a different story, pal.
And the wound to her pride?
Well, up till now, she's always upheld the Von Karma creed. Since she came here, you've given her pride quite a beating, pal.
Oh.
I mean, she may act all grown up, but she's really still just an 18-year-old. Quite frankly, I worry about her, pal.
Ah, that's sweet. No, Jules. Let's go to the Hottie Clinic. It's not fuzzed out, even though we haven't been there yet this case. Oh, I can't believe I took a bullet. How embarrassing. I will never live down the shame. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place.
Yeah, sir. You here to visit a patient?
Hi. Wait a second, you're...
Yes, I'm Director Hottie.
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Director Hottie. Edgeworth.
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it?
Director, Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. She's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, in one way.
I feel like at this point I'm barely articulating the words in his sentences. You have my gratitude. Edgeworth, you dumbass. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secrets.
She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yeah, I understand. Her opponent was a god after all. And when I stuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yeah.
I see.
But she's really cute, too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby.
Oh my god, dude.
Yes, but I think I could get used to it.
Where the fuck is your cast? Your arm isn't even in a sling? Where the fuck is, what, you're just fine? Where's the blood on your puffy sleeve? Yes, this is the overflow surgery clinic. Go back to your room.
You're so mean. So mean. My frisky friska. That's good too. Ah! Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's time for my IV drops. Yeah.
IV drops like he's opening a loot crate. I'm a prodigy at recovering from bullets. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Knight? Phoenix, nobody told you to bring her flowers. My God, what a simp. Shameful. Shameful.
Mythical IV. Yeah.
I knew I shouldn't have come here. Phoenix, Jesus Christ. Okay, now I can look at this guy without Director Hottie interrupting my internal monologue. This patient is undergoing rehabilitation.
Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot last time you came to visit? Doesn't look like they've moved any closer to the reception desk, huh? Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better?
Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Sorry. Yes, most sorry. Yes.
All right, bye. I wonder what that doorway down there leads to. This is the fucking same dialogue. This must be the waiting area. I don't see that many patients.
Visiting hours are over, that's why. Time for my nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is.
Isn't there anyone keeping an eye on this guy? Apparently not, Phoenix. Apparently not. This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't look like there's anyone at the counter. On the wall is this month's word to the wise. Put your best foot forward. Putting this up at a general clinic like this doesn't really mean much, does it? Francisca, you can't look at me with them eyes. Francisca, please. So, you were shot. How about that? I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. She is a prodigy at recovering from gunshot wounds. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. The Von Karmas love to try cases with bullets in their right shoulders. It's part of their family motto. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Actually, before I talk to her more, I can't examine this. They've got a fucking battleship up here. Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Ms. Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Ms. Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proofs that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Ms. Andrews' own crime? Yeah, I was gonna say, just... Manfred von Karma is supposed to have, like, taken his only sabbatical in his life after he got shot in the shoulder. That isn't my problem, whether she attempted to admit the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that and what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. Wow. A lot of weird strength of character mumbo jumbo in this case. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So if you'll excuse me. Bye. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. I was about to best her with facts and reason. And like a woman, hey Edgeworth. 5 years your elder? Arbeat, I believe he is 7 years her elder. Assuming that he and Edgeworth are the same age, which they should be because they were in the same year in grade school. He's 25, which makes him 7 years her elder. Edgeworth, right. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? Oh, Adrian. Oh, okay. That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Ms. Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment.
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you are really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? Shouldn't it be inadvertently yet stupidly?
I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
Yeah, sorry, edgy boy. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this to everyone in court tomorrow. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. Thank you, Stream Elements. Oh my god, that's so true. I am trying to raise enough money through donations to replace the extremely shitty, wobbly desk that I'm streaming from. It was quaking like a motherfucker when I was typing the stream announcement post on my Discord. Fucking sucks. I'd be very grateful for anything you guys are able to spare towards that end. Hatsune Neko, thank you so much for the follow. We're very close to 650. A man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin? Picture card added to the court record. Was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Ms. Andrews was carrying it. Jeff the Killer, fuck off. Assassin. Who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the De Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Like me! Seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. Guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want?
An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth is gonna... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Neck? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrido was killed by Shelly the Killer, and the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please, stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, so we're looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. And if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Letter of introduction added to the court record. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Neck, do you think Mr. Guard hired an assassin?
No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya, please. All I ask is that you make it home safe and sound. I think I said something like that. Date, time, location, I guess even kidnappers. Oh, this is when Maya lets herself out of the basement, because we cut away from her last time she did that. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Oh, I forgot about this screen. Well, what is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Oh god, they're snuff films. Well, I'll worry about that later. You guys see Barbarian? For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? Usually satellite dishes go on the outside of the house, not the inside of the house. And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Oh, it's my old computer monitor. I think MK might have installed a Stream Elements command to show my old computer monitor, but I used to have a shitty gray 4x3 LCD monitor just like this. Wow. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch in this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What is this, a doggy door? There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. That, for those of you not in the know, is Celeste Impacts. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Or it's just owned by a sicko. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes, all of them. So what kind of room is this? Put in a tape, Maya. I'm sure you won't discover anything horrifying. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through here.
Yeah, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will.
Ah!
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
Yes?
For now, I would suggest that you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? That's my favorite installment of the Pirates of the Caribbean series.
Dad?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin.
No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin?
People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick! Right, I think the red is supposed to indicate that he's shrouded in darkness so that Maya doesn't get a good look at his face. But obviously we can tell who it is. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. Hottie Clinic reception. Why the fuck are we at the clinic? Arby, that's not a bad idea.
Mr. Deck?
I think someone just covertly entered my room. Sorry, MK, I heard you. Hello. Oh, thank you so much. 2 of them. Also keyed out. Thank you, MK.
You're welcome.
We love MK, don't we, folks? Oh, MK. MK, did you add Stream Elements Redeem to show my old shitty monitor by any chance? In the video game, the guy who kidnapped Maya has the same shitty monitor I used to have, the gray one, the 4x3.
Oh my god.
M Cameo, that's right. Oh yes, Pearls? I got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. Your boyfriend's gone. There's nobody here.
I guess for now, I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. I was gonna say, let's go ask him. Oh, and a treat for Test Redeem. Thank you for Eden Rose. Excellent. Yeah, Christopher Bird. March 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ungard. Ah, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably really hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. Please feed my cat, Shu. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. I mean, do we have the keys to get into his place?
All right now, Mr. Deck. Let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake.
I don't know who the fuck says this. You shall not pass! Oh, it's probably, yeah, Old Bag. Miss Old Bag!
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-haired pettifogger!
That sounds like a worse accusation than you think it is.
Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. What I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Pooh's heart. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Arrgh!
Stream Elements, you raise an excellent point. We are in September, and as a result, any sub that you purchase during this month, including subscriptions for future months to this channel, are heavily discounted. But I don't make a penny less. So there has never been a more financially astute time to subscribe to the channel. Hello, Queen Pin Gaming.
This old bag.
I shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna salivate like crazy. When the sour Skittles are on the desk in front of me, it's really hard for me not to eat them.
Keep your hands off of me! This helmet is airtight. No airs get in and no air gets out.
Airs gets in? Then why do you keep putting it on?
I don't think you can get me to move with like.
She just passes out. I'm not hearing this. All right, well, I didn't actually want to talk to you. I wanted to go to Ungard's house. March 22nd, Ungard Mansion. Living room. Sure is dark. Alt go, turn on a light. Yo! Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Duck, let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo! Meow.
So I guess this is Shoo.
Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Meow.
She kind of looks like Echo.
Tee-hee.
The cat seems to like pearls. Sophie, and thank you for the treat redeem. Hi, Sophian. Echo was really, really cute in that clip from yesterday. I have to admit, that's the cutest she's ever looked. Sophian? Enjoy. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh, hey, man! He's just fucking here! He's just fucking here! He's just here! Alright. Now that he's just shown up, I will reveal that my head was blocking a cat door in this door right here that already revealed that Maya was in Matt Ungard's house. I wasn't gonna say anything because I didn't want to spoil it early, but he's just here. Hey man, what's good?
May I help you with something, Mr.
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer.
The Masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I'm the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. Why couldn't the butler feed the cat? What's the cat door over here?
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Duck.
I bet it's for Mr. Ungard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo.
The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Yeah, come on, Phoenix. He told you to feed his cat, not snoop around his house. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Duck.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air!
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow!
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
It's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Duck?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Faye Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
I'm sorry, didn't I think that? Are you reading my mind, Pearls? It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Yeah, they all sit around that little table and do lines off of it. What is with me and feeling inferior today? Sup, man? How's it going? You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And, anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
How typically butler-like, as it were. Do I have a... Oh, wait, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
Okay, you have not been the family butler for very long then. In what sense are you the family butler then? He doesn't have any family if you're not working for his parents. The butler of Ungard Mansion. But for some reason, I get the feeling we've met before. And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. Engard's the kind to have a maid over a butler. Shoo. He served Shoo's family for generations. That's a very cute cat you've got here.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo.
And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Yeah, our beat. He met him at the hotel, but he doesn't remember.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
Oh, we should probably get going ourselves.
Oh, so young, and yet already so accomplished. A master of law.
But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir.
Yes, Diesel, Mountain Guard has a motorcycle suspended from his roof. It whips ass.
People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, she's so cute. Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Still Samurai. The ones next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Still Samurai, Mr. Deck.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Can I go through this door now? Joel's, she is probably in the basement at the moment, possibly unconscious, which means she's behind this locked door and the second locked door. So maybe she can hear me, but she might be too weak to cry out or something. Yeah, I don't know, Diesel. I really don't know. You'd think they'd want to drag this out a bit. Yes, they 100% Columbo'd us. They just let us know right off the bat. Hey, yeah. You would think, like, at the very least, you know what actually would have been really smart? Is if, when Shelly the Killer talked to Maya in her scenes, he actually was a silhouette. Like, 100% black silhouette. So, like, if you're smart enough, you can say, oh, that's the butler from the beginning of the case. But it's not necessarily obvious. Alright, old bag. Night of the murder.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat! Ah! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Ugh, looks like the only way I'm gonna get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat!
Alright. She's not gonna talk. How am I supposed to defeat her? Oh, right. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Ms. Oldbag, if you would look at...
What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... edgy poo?
Ugh, is that her perfume? I don't know that pheromone is a French word, and if it is, I certainly don't know how to pronounce it. Pheromone d'amour, I smell? Shudder. You guys remember when I played disco, and I was often placed in the position of trying to pronounce French words, and I usually got it wrong?
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation?
Yeah, I don't know, Diesel Shot. It's really weird.
Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
That's true. The Game Boy Advance, the original at least, was not backlit. And the first model of the SP also wasn't backlit, so.
Yours truly? That man's good at flattering. Fine, but only because Edgypoo said so, you understand?
Letter of introduction given to Ms. Oldbag.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Yeah, Mellow Murmur. I suspected that pheromone, spelled exactly like English pheromone, may not have been a French word. D'amour is obviously French, but how? Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. Better than a footprint. So anyway, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today.
Why?
The police's main investigation team is gonna be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Set one foot in there, you'll face the wrath of Wendy, old man.
It's a real French word. There we go. Okay. Let's go to the criminal affairs department instead of going in any deeper into the hotel.
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
Sex films! That's what Ungard had on his bookshelf.
Everybody looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You've got to be kidding. There's over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick, is Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. Sounds like they're working on a different case. Ungard's still not fucking here. I gotta talk to him at some point about this shit. So, Ungard, I didn't recognize him, but the murderer was at your house, and he said he was working for you. Can we talk about this? March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yeah, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. So the Viola Hall just permanently plays the Eeny Miny song, regardless of whether or not there's anyone in it. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. They better have cleared Lotta out of here.
Hey, city boy.
Lotta, you're still here.
Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen.
But do you have a camera?
Rick given. Photographers gotta have cameras out of the ear like Cord to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Night of the murder. I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that little ditty I wrote.
Yeah, can I believe what you've written? I should go back to Old Bag and tell her to give the fucking camera back.
You mean that stuff about Ungard shoving his manager lady onto Karita?
Yeah?
Well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind?
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooters.
Fuck you. I can't believe you made me read those words. Fuck you.
Hey, what's with y'all? Why you staring at me like my grandpa used to?
With disappointment, presumably?
Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older, too? Or am I just shrinking here? Wow, my baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow?
guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that Redcoat's friend, ain't you?
Redcoat is the fucking Revolutionary War.
It's putting a few good words for me and getting my camera.
You want me to do what? I assume that you just don't learn about the Revolutionary War in England. She bought it for $700 because it was damaged, but it's $1,600 new. Because in the US we just don't learn about the War of 1812, which you guys may also call something else. What is it called if it is mentioned in your history books? Is it still just the American Revolutionary War? War of American Aggression. That would be very funny if it was true. Is it true?
You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going.
Yeah, I reckon it too.
A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see y'all in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find...
What did she say? I missed it. Oh, if you happen to find her camera, probably. Would you please just leave already? Oh God, Jules. In the UK? I guess we'll go to Karita's hotel room. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Karita's hotel room. So, I see two possibilities here. Either... thank you, Alvino Icky, thank you for the follow. Either the monkey from the circus case has reappeared in this case, or someone is in here gooning. I don't see any other explanation for these four, I hesitate to call them words, appearing in sequence here. Oh, Stream Elements, thank you for reminding us. I am trying to replace, speaking of gooning, I am trying to replace this shitty fucking wobbly desk. I'd be very grateful for anything anybody's able to contribute towards that end. We're very close to 650 now. Plushy fetishist gooning. Oong, 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 oong. Mr. Neck, help! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Oon, ooh, ngoof, goof.
I hate evil ghosts. Wah!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so it was supposed to be like a...
Watch who you're calling a demon, bro. Ah!
Zoinks! It's the alien!
What are you calling an alien? Rat-a-tat-a-tat.
Oh, it's just you, Ms. Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with the youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor one, and you're disturbing me.
All right, lady. Paying her respects. Please talk to me about the night of the murder, just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, okay. Now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
Memories of Karita. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Karita.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, the dick.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was gonna become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents.
Are all of these from you, ma'am?
It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
The Sudak?
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
The peasants, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. That laptop, a bear. Watch on the table, bear. Is that a camcorder? What the fuck is this? Is this a fucking camcorder?
Oh, it's so messy here.
Yo! Is that a camcorder? Is that what that is? I can't tell because the game is from 2003. Hello! All of Mr. Kirita's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, "Ha, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too."
Does all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, friends have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice bears.
Ah! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime.
Ugh, that startled me. Thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh, the transceiver! Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone. Also, you don't recognize my voice, even though you just spoke to me in person 5 seconds ago, and I'm clearly using the same accent. All the dialogue is written the same.
Maya! How's Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you?
It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
So it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day! Please! All I ask is for one more day! I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time! Please!
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all.
Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
All right. Shh. That shh. A little shh.
What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello?
Sims. Bad. Connect.
Damn it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break?
Excuse me. Shh.
Beep. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? Should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Okay, well, we don't really know any electronics experts. Unless you're gonna get that creep from the first game back, Salmonella. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe Gumshoe knows how to fix it.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little dinner, a little something for dinner.
Wow, nice, Gumshoe. That's nice, thanks. He's so domestic, folks.
A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat.
Oops, look like you don't have a can opener, pal.
Got to be kidding. Here I thought he had already whipped something up.
Oh, I know. There's only one way I know how to be helpful. Oh, there is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, wonder what I should try asking him about. Help me, the fucking transceiver broke.
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Neck, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic interference?
Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Of course. That happens all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Huh? Computer?
Yeah, it's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. None of this happens anymore. Vacuums and dryers did used to fuck up the picture on CRT TVs temporarily, but none of this happens anymore. It's usually not noticeable. However, story time, test story time. When I was in middle school, after my dad got me a Nintendo DS, which was my first game console of any kind, admittedly a handheld one, my aunt got me a Nintendo Wii. It's actually the same Nintendo Wii I have here now that MK is working on. I never had any games for it, but I was super excited to actually start gaming. And so I went up to the giant CRT television that we had in my living room at my mom's house. It was in like a giant armoire TV cabinet. So you couldn't see the back, and it was honestly even kind of hard to get your hand back there. And I was like, all right, where's the components in on this thing, right? Like, where's the S-video cables, right? The yellow, white, and red cords. I know they've got to be somewhere here. I reached back and I couldn't really feel them. All I could feel was the plug for the antenna, because it was an old ass CRT that had an antenna, because this was before analog television signals were discontinued in the United States in the final days of the Bush administration. And so I was like feeling around back there, couldn't find it. So I pulled the CRT a little bit out so I could rotate a little more so I could see back there better and feel back there better. I still couldn't find them, but I was sure like every TV had to have them, right? And so I pulled it out a little further and I felt around back there and I couldn't feel it. And then the giant front heavy CRT just fell forward out of the cabinet and crashed on the floor. And the picture was completely fucked. It was, the color was completely fucked. The contrast was fine, so you could sort of watch TV on it, but everything was like purple with a green stripe down the middle. But if you ran the vacuum cleaner while the TV was on, the picture went fucking crazy, like insane. Now, couple things. Was that extremely stupid of me? Yes, it was. That being said, neither of my parents would have ever done anything with that television to help me hook up a video game console to it. And I had no way to play it otherwise. Hello, Pixel Pixie.
Oh yeah, so TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference of the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, maybe even a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Wait, Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are...
Your fingers are itching to go?
My fingers are itching to go.
Yeah! Bye, Columbo. I mean, Gumshoe. I was talking to him while looking at the word Columbo in chat.
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
All right, let's go. I actually wanted to check if fucking On Guard was back yet. IMO, if you say Ikaze, you have to say it in the fucking Yakuza voice. It's not a Yakuza voice specifically, it's more generally just the tough guy voice. I do think it's bullshit that they don't teach you how to understand or replicate that voice in any Japanese as a foreign language class. Thank you for the follow, viewer. Because it comes up so often. And it is like a voice that even children in Japan, male children at least, know how to replicate just by virtue of coming up in that culture. Okay, nothing here. I can't break down the door. Yeah, I can't break down the door. Oh well. Feel the hall. Hallway. God, all the way back now. We go all the way back. Thank you. I've been enjoying the game as well.
Hey, you're finally here, pal.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have a bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
Looks a little broken.
Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by whom?
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories.
Who amongst us did not construct makeshift bug sweepers when we were in elementary school?
Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity, so it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right, now first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's gonna give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
Lamp check. Listening device? Nope. It is a Star Trek noise.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Deck?
Yeah.
And they're all odd. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Deck. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. Air conditioner. Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner.
Oh, yuck. This air filter is covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Deck. Let's wash it.
Wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding the viewers that's true, it is September. So if you'd like to subscribe, or you'd like to be subscribed in the coming months, now is the best time to do it, because it's a discounted price for you, but it's the same payout to me.
What?
Oh, nothing. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on, and it's now showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah. When I grow up, I want to... the incongruity! You know what a Hakama is. You're a member of the Kurine channeling school.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I clearly don't know any yet. See?
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream. So, presumably, originally that was American movies dubbed in Japanese. She said these American actors are really good at Japanese, and she says I want to study English one day. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Neck?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So, is there a listening device in there?
No, I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. Lamp check, listening device, nope. Same lamp dialogue. Lamp check, listening device, nope. Cool, if you get it far enough away, it's just that first blue circle. None of this shit is anything. The plant, no. The bear, the cell phone, that's something. A cell phone, nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurine Village. Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so, well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one.
Someday, I hope I can study Japanese. Anyway, did you get my magatama, Mr. Wright, that I charged with Nike? Ah, what a lovely bear.
This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? It's a real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Neck,
Yes?
how many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, nothing in this bear. Got the boombox.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner.
Professor, why is the Earth round?
Yes, why is it, Mr. Neck?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Cute. Okay, how about the coffee machine?
What's this? Sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. Instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot could do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. Matt has a ton of bottle of orange juice in his basement. We just get some from him.
Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it.
Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. Many bears.
Doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves there, Mr. Neck. Keep a careful eye on the bug sweeper and let's try again.
The sweeper isn't exactly the best. Well, make do with what you have, right? Oh, I see. That's a little bear alarm clock as opposed to the big bear alarm clock here. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
Just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. Just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago.
Oh.
Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here.
Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in there. Yeah, it's a bread maker, player, not a rice cooker.
Sorry, you guys can't see it.
That's not a rice cooker. It's definitely a bread making machine. That's a normal thing to carry around.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder.
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm.
I think the keep warm in this case is meant a little more literally. A lot of weird localization shit in Matt Ungard's, or in Juan Carita's room, rather. It's a plain old calculator.
It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance?
A whole 50 cents? Maybe if he was a spirit medium. Am I right? They don't make any money.
What's this?
It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo.
Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Neck?
It's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't gonna help you there. You have to eat meat too. Phoenix, first you were talking shit on Maya for eating too many burgers. Now you say that Pearl doesn't eat enough burgers. Why don't you stop policing what women eat, Phoenix? Piece of shit. It's the TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening device is in here.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could I make you change your expressions, like TV channels? Zap!
Hey! But if I could... but if I could... Ooh, the people I would give the old mute button to! Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
There's no listening device in that notebook computer? It's a laptop. What's a notebook computer? I don't know, Pearls. Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper you can write on, so?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Deck, what's a laptop?
Okay, I kind of feel like I've already looked at everything here. I think this is just getting read from me getting close to the calculator. What was that? Oh shit.
That says, this is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is...
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't! Such a violent act.
Oomph! Jesus Christ, Gumshoe, that's evidence!
No!
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
What a emitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Phoenix has never heard the word trans before.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
Camera. So this tiny thing is a camera? I'm sorry I checked literally everything before the answer first. I genuinely thought it would be in one of the electronic devices. I didn't remember that it was in the bear. That probably seemed like I did that on purpose. I didn't do that on purpose. So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal.
CCD, we're not in the fucking British zone.
It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera.
Runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage just changes into radio waves, and then it's sent to that recorder.
Yeah, no, that was completely unintentional.
So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you're right.
Spy camera added to the court record. Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at time of murder. So, what is a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn on the camera and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep. Let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m. was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape!
What?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
Transmitter added to the court record. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. We would say converts in English, that's none of my business.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
It was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Kurita this present?
I don't know, pal. But which means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we could find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out? Stuffed bear added to the court record. The spy camera was set in its right eye, found in the victim's room.
I got it!
What?
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops to see if I can find out who bought this.
But that's impossible. It's already 9 p.m.
Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal.
Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. I don't know why you added them to the court record if you were going to immediately remove them from the court record and give them to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
He's gone.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
I'm gonna assume this is Edgeworth. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Yep. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Thank you, Stream Elements. I am trying to raise money to replace this shitty fucking wobbly desk I'm streaming on, so I'd be very grateful if you could spare anything towards that end. We're very close to $650. And the donations where I get the vast majority of my income. I know what you're talking about, a queer oddity. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, You are one lucky man, right? Huh? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
The queer oddity with the Ahiga reductions, I think those are the first of those we've had today. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? So it's not just taxidermy? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Alright, let's see, that was 6 Ahegao reductions. That would bring the price of the Ahegao down to 16,991 points. We are sub 17k, it's very exciting.
Can you really do that? Mr. Dick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time.
Huh?
I'll be taking this for now. Fucking Edgeworth just puts it on a dolly and wheels it out. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. Yeah, he snatched it up. I think September is followed by Locktober. See you soon, Wright. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. The real killer? Juan Kurita's real killer. Ms. Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. Ungard. And this card. Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth, But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Wait, okay. I thought I have to find the truth tonight meant I was gonna keep playing for the rest of the night. You're just gonna do that without my input. Okay, Phoenix Wright, thanks. Wait, what? What was that? To be continued. It's picking up exactly where we were. It makes no sense, man. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Corita's hotel room.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it?
I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found. Wait, I'm sorry, is this the next day? Or has it been 12 minutes since I saw Mr. Edgeworth? These things take time. I'd say probably not. Yeah, Pearls, I don't think he left and found the killer in 12 minutes. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. Pretty good, Honest Ed. Some ridiculous localization jokes.
You're right.
So the real person who killed Mr. Kurita was
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
and the card Ms. Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, there's still a killer. Well, Matt said that he has never killed anyone, so I think we could just write him off right now.
But who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Ms. Andrews?
I wonder. That's so funny that we went to Matt's house and the killer was just there. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? Sorry, Honest Ed, the music cut out.
But if Ms. Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Matt Engard himself?
Alright. If Mr. Engard really did hire the assassin,
Then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. Sorry, I had to scooch over. I really set myself flying during that dance.
but it can't be Mr. Engard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. Engard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida?
Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay?
I didn't see any psyche locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Thank you, Faith, I will hydrate.
Did you remember something, Mr. Deck?
Yeah, something Ms. Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engard's secret? What is this secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engard. There's no way around it now. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Deck?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Engard and Ms. Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. I missed the rest of that line. LOL, RV. Hello, old bag. I don't have time for you right now. Hey, wait, no, what, Phoenix, what could you possibly do to aid in your investigation?
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgypoo, so...
Edgeworth.
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
I wonder what word he's using for unsophisticated, and if it's yabol, the word in I'm pretty uncouth and unaware of the world. Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Bug sweeper.
This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was. You know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing with Adrian Andrews? I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. We know the reason.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good.
I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Refreshing?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
You don't just say that in front of a child. Oh, you're talking about Ms. Celeste Impacts, Ms. Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita?
No, to Adrian Andrews. Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
Oh my god, 3 days after their marriage announcement. What in the...
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was gonna get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see. That night after Juan called off...
That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself.
How terrible. Yeah, Faith.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Well, maybe in her mind, he pushed Celeste aside so that he could date her, old bag. What else do you know about Celeste Impacts? Also, do you know this fucking dude?
Don't have anything to say to delinquents like you.
Please.
Did he just call her an old clam?
Please, anything would be helpful.
She really doesn't like you, does she, Mr. Dick? I missed her line. What was that?
How about if I tell you my measurements?
No, that's okay, really.
How about if I tell you my suri size?
Wow, it's really hard to do a Japanese accent with that voice.
Suri size.
It's really hard. Just, it sounds like he did it in kind of a cruel way, though. Pretty good, stupid. Thanks for asking. Okay, she doesn't have anything to say to delinquents like me.
How about I tell you my measurements?
Hotel lobby. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. As the police are done with their questioning and investigating, looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. March 22nd, Ungard Mansion living room. So I guess we just let ourselves into Matt Ungard's house whenever we fucking want. Looks like no one's around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face.
Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Hee, come on, let's play.
I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-na-na-na. Okay, you can only get there from the hotel lobby, so it's functionally part of the hotel. March 22nd, police station, criminal affairs department. That's true, Bram. She could probably fit in.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Deck?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Ungard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Ungard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Deck?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Deck.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. That's true. Pearl's head would probably be the sticking point, as opposed to Maya's shoulders. That's the thing, Maya's like, oh, if I was only a little skinnier. But the widest point on Maya is clearly not like her belly or her tits or something, it's her shoulders. Speaking as someone who has a lot of experience squeezing into narrow spaces, it's the shoulders that get caught, not the head, not the torso. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. I'm sure they must have transferred Ms. Andrews here by now. So that means that both Ms. Andrews and Mr. Ungard and Ms. Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's start with Ungard. I feel like that is the main guy that we want to talk to. Verify whether he hired a murderer.
Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you.
I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard.
What's wrong?
Mr. Ungard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty.
You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self.
About the press conference.
You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai?
Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Ms. Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Ah, here's a psyche lock. Or 4. No, just 5! I knew this was coming. Jesus fuck.
Mr. Deck, don't tell me.
Psyche locks.
You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude?
Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Ms. Andrews' relationship?
Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life.
Ms. Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Kurita's manager, and then later fiance, we learned. And Ms. Andrews was going to get Ms. Celeste Impax's suicide note from him.
Celeste?
Does that jog any memories?
Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay?
I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop.
That's too bad.
Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay?
Mr. Ungard, are you connected to Ms. Impax's suicide in some way? Yeah, this song is more generally just an investigation song for this case, but I always think of it as Matt Ungard's theme. I'm kind of scared to show him this card.
What's wrong, dude?
Oh, so about this picture card. Have you ever seen this before?
Huh? No, never saw it before in my life, dude.
I don't think he's lying. Or is he? And again, he looked like he gasped just now. Maybe I'm seeing things? Do you know about Adrian Andrews' suicide?
Hey, you know she tried to kill herself.
About this.
Mr. Nick, you can't!
Huh?
Ms. Andrews said she doesn't want anyone to know about that, remember?
What's that?
Oh, this? Nothing. It's nothing, really. This Psyche Lock is the only one they take time to animate and depict. Huh, interesting, Garrulous. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum.
That's a very nice transceiver, dude. I'm kind of an expert in gadgety things.
Why does what he said just give me a sinking feeling? Huh? Alright, can I switch to Adrian now? March 22nd, Wright and Company Law Offices.
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera asking questions at the stores. Okay, so here's the thing. When I hit A, it's supposed to skip to the end of the line. But sometimes if it's close enough to the end of the line, it just skips to the next line.
Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
Yes?
Where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Cringe, Phoenix. Stupid Reeve, thank you so much for the 500 bits.
I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. I was gonna make you a Caesar with all the fixins.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. You use kale or arugula, but I doubt he's got either of those. Or spinach. I don't really like spinach. Now, I would mock Pearl for not knowing what a pizza is, but when I was a little kid, I got confused because of the distinction between pizza and pita, like spanakopita, like my grandmother made. Although she usually didn't make spanakopita, she made leek pita, which I don't know what you would call that in Greek. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Adrian Andrews. It's just, I usually have to say spanakopita so people know what I mean when I say pita. They know I don't mean like a pita bread, like just a bread with a pocket in it. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. Thank you, Stream Elements. It is September, so if you'd like to sub, viewer, there's never been a better time. I'm sure Ms. Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Ungard. Matt Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? A good idea, Helena. The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. Why the fuck are you his manager, to tear him apart from the inside out? If that's the case, right, why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. Seems like it would have a lot to do with this case. About Ms. Celeste Impax, and that seems like it would have thrown up a Psyche Lock, but it didn't. About Ms. Celeste Impax. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry? Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. That being said, Helena, I remember only very sparing information about the rest of this case. I don't remember what the suicide note said, if they ever tell you. I don't remember if Juan was the one who hid it. I don't remember the nature of his relationship or Matt's relationship with Celeste. I honestly do not remember any of that shit. I don't remember if she really did kill herself. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Sure, you can speculate. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. I'm chiefly concerned with people spoiling me, but like I said, I don't remember any of the details for any of this shit. I only remember like one more big reveal for the rest of this case. Like, I didn't even remember that there was a fucking bug in the crime scene. Like, I really didn't. I didn't remember bug detecting in that room at all. Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard? Because I haven't played this since middle school. That's simple, because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? You're saying this, Phoenix? Oh, interesting, Helena. Yeah, that is an interesting theory. I have no idea. I don't remember how it happens. Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Ms. Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? Thank you, Ella. Jugga, jugga, jug. All right. Just one lock. This one I think we might be able to get through. A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Ms. Andrews say revenge. Let's find out if we have the single piece of evidence we need to punch through her here. Aw, thanks, Edgelord. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it! I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Ms. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Ms. Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste, there's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Ms. Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? I don't think I can. Fuck me. Alright. Damn it. Okay, well, first things first, I'm gonna need to present all this fucking shit to her. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you I hate trifling matters. It's a waste of time to show me things that are of no relevance to me. I haven't been presenting people evidence this entire time, really. Oh, shit, she had stuff to say about that. I'd like to ask you about this. I'll go back. Even though I think I might have already had dialogue about this, I was the one who organized the whole press conference. Juan wanted to deal the most damage possible to Matt's career. and that's why he was killed. It's quite simply a story of cause and effect, yes? It appears to me that rumor was started by Juan himself. Mr. Kurita? But I'm Matt's manager, remember? I think he wanted to embarrass Matt through his relationship with me.
But didn't Mr. Kurita like you?
There weren't any feelings of love between us. For me, it was about getting Celeste's suicide note. For him, it was about wounding Matt's pride. That's all it was.
Hot. That's...
Poor Pearls is in shock. She sees just how cruel the world can really be. Alright. Guitar case. So there was a nickel samurai costume inside of this case, correct? Yes, there was. I even personally carried it there from the studio. I always thought it was such a childish thing to dress up and wear a costume like that, but I never thought that I would wind up using it myself that night. When I was pouring that glass of juice, I honestly had no idea that Juan was dead.
I see.
I really am a terrible woman, aren't I? One moment I'm thinking of looking after him, and the next I'm stabbing him in the chest with a knife. About this photo. The person who stabbed the body and opened the guitar case was me. And that was so you could get the Nickel Samurai's costume out so you could wear it? I thought I had executed that part quite well. Thank you, Lily. But you showed me differently. You're a formidable lawyer, Mr. Wright. You know, there was only one thought running through my head at that time. With this, I can finally expose Matt's true nature to the world. His true nature? I wonder why she's saying that, but not telling me what his true nature is. If it were me, I think that I'd be happy to finally get that kind of thing off my chest. I don't care what the reason was. It's unforgivable that he hid Celeste's suicide note. But you don't have any proof that she left a suicide note behind, right? Celeste, she always believed there was a right way and a wrong way to do anything. She would have left a note. I wholly believe that. Stop it! I don't want to remember the hopelessness and the despair I felt back then.
Hurry up and put that away, Mr. Neck!
Sorry, I just thought we could talk about how you attempted suicide. I'd like to ask you about this. The knife. Yeah, alright, the same stuff she said for the button. Lotta's photo. Same stuff she said for the button. And the card. It was near Juan's dead body. I noticed it when I went to fill the glass. And then when I realized that Juan was dead, I completely panicked. That's when I must have unconsciously picked this card up and put it into my pocket. As for why, I simply don't know. She doesn't know about Maya. She doesn't know about Pearl. She doesn't know about Gumshoe. She doesn't want to talk about Von Karma. Oh, can I go to the Hottie Clinic? He's a very nice man with a very nice heart, but that's all he is and ever will be. Society doesn't care about genuinely nice people, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I also don't want to talk about Lotta. He's a very prideful man, or rather was. He absolutely had to compete with Matt in everything, no matter what it was. He really was such an idiot.
Miss Andrews?
Well, I guess maybe all stars are like that. Never giving any thought to other people's feelings. Miss Andrews, that things have come to this. I have nothing left to say about that man. Not one word. I'd like to ask you about this. Okay. She doesn't have anything to say about Old Bag. Exactly, Brems. Let's talk about you. I hate talking about myself. It's a trifling matter, that's why. Sorry. Celeste was my mentor. She was a strong woman. She wouldn't kill herself over any old trifling matter.
So, you have some ideas of why she killed herself?
Yes, I suppose. Alright, she doesn't have anything to say about the killer, and she won't talk about anything. Okay, fine. I'm gonna try to break Matt's psyche lock. I'm gonna show all my evidence to Matt, first of all. And then I'm gonna try to break Matt's psyche lock. If I can't, then I will leave and start presenting evidence to everybody, trying to get information out of them. Everybody in this case, I guess, really just being Old Bag and Pearl. Can you take a look at this, please?
Well, if it's not important, then I'd rather be in bed. If I don't get my 12 hours of beauty sleep, my skin's gonna wrinkle up like a prune, dude.
He's just like me. He's just like me. You know, he's right, Mr. Nick. Your skin's kind of drying up here and there. You really need to go to Ulta. I swear, after this case is over, I'm gonna get lots and lots of sleep. I know it may not seem important to you, that's what he said.
If it's not important, I'd rather be in bed.
It's so funny that he sleeps for 12 hours. He's like a cat.
That one, posing as someone else and trying to hold a press conference? And the person who set it all up was Adrian, wasn't it?
That's what I heard.
I can't believe, why would she do such a thing, dude?
All right, we already talked to him about the transceiver. Okay. Oh no, every time I show him a piece of evidence that he doesn't have anything to say about, I'm gonna have to sit through this fucking animation where he extends his antenna. Oh God, Matt.
His signature item was a guitar. Huh. I mean, dude, what kind of ninja carries a guitar?
I'm not someone who would know.
Dude, it's such a kid thing to do. I mean, that's just my opinion and all.
Isn't your show a kid's show too? All right, doesn't have anything to say about the tomato juice.
He was a bit of a talentless hack when he was alive.
Wow, holy shit, dude.
But who knew he could play dead so well? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's because he really is dead.
And quite pitifully indeed, yes.
What is it? Your dialogue is taking a strange turn here, Matt.
That Adrian, I never thought she'd go this far to frame me for the crime. I mean, what does she have against me? Dude, I don't get it.
Something I'd like to know too. Do you have any ideas at all? Even the slightest clue?
Huh? What? Me? Don't be silly, Mr. Lawyer, dude. How am I supposed to know something like that?
Oh, you think so, Lucky? Mr. Engard?
Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all.
What did I just show him? Celeste's autopsy report, her suicide report.
I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but I don't think I have to tell you anything and everything.
What do you mean by that?
It just means I don't have to tell you everything and everything, dude.
Is he gonna say the same thing about this? Oh, right, no, I actually tried to talk to Matt about her suicide attempt earlier. Juan's autopsy report. I know it may not seem important to you, but if you could extend your antenna for 20 minutes.
Wow, I'd love if he died. He did? Oh, sick, dude.
All right, I already sent this to, or showed this to him, I should say.
I've never seen it before in my life, man.
Oh, right, the profiles. Maya!
Dude, this person looks like a member of my fan club.
That probably is true.
Hold on a sec, I'm gonna ask the fan club president, okay?
Why did they let him have a cell phone in jail? You don't get a cell phone in MDC. Dude, you know what? Forget I asked. Yeah, the 8-year-old looks like a member of your fan club. She's standing right next to me.
Gumshoe looks like a member of my fan club. Let me extend my fucking antenna. The woman that got shot this morning looks like a member of my fan club. The prosecutor who literally tried my case and I saw him in court today looks like a member of my fan club.
Okay, thank you.
I've seen him somewhere before. Is he a member of my fan club?
That's Mr. Powers. Isn't he supposed to be kind of like a mentor to you?
Powers? Oh yeah, he's the guy on that kid's exercise program.
The part of his bracelet that lifts to become a phone is also lying flat on the bracelet in that one sprite.
I gave him an autograph just the other day.
Doesn't see Mr. Powers as a mentor at all.
This brother looks like a member of my fan club again,
Might actually be.
It's true we debuted at the same time, so that's why people were always comparing us. But I totally didn't care what people were saying, because he wasn't even close, dude. I mean, I won every contest we ever had, hands down. Yeah, I'm such a handsome devil.
Yeah.
And I'm way good at sports. Karate, tennis, judo, soccer, football, hockey, fencing. Dude, it's no wonder I'm so popular.
Yeah, you're also good at sitting in a jail cell, Mr. Popular. Not a member of your fan club, Matt.
I don't get it. Why would she want to frame me? I mean, I've never done anything to her, dude.
Mr. Ungard sounds pretty sincere, and he seems trustworthy. So I have to find out what Ms. Andrews' real intentions are. Mr. Ungard?
Dude, I know I asked you to be my lawyer and all, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you anything and everything.
Right, he doesn't want to talk about Celeste. How about this guy, your butler? About this person.
He's
He's your butler, Mr. No, right? We met him at your mansion.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's a pretty cool dude who can do lots of things. He takes real good care of me.
Do you think they're, Alright, I got nothing else. I'm gonna try to break through his 5-lock psyche lock, and if that doesn't work, I have to go present evidence to fucking Pearl and Old Bag. So let's hope it works. God, his jacket is so cool. He's so cool. I love him so much. God, he's one of my favorite Phoenix Wright NPCs. He really is. Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Krita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I could keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. This might be... The bear might have been bought by Matt, and then I can prove that he bugged Kurita's room, and that's proving that he paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, because as it is, I don't have anything to suggest that he was paying close attention to Mr. Kurita. Hello, Krangus. Also, I feel like a poser for not saying Kurita, but I'm voicing these characters all the time, and I don't think any of them would say it that way, so... yeah, I don't think I have the evidence. I gotta hope that fucking I go somewhere and Edgeworth turns up with that fucking... Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Finally taking us over 650. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just gotta move around and hope Edgeworth shows up with the name on the bear, please. Who is saying this? Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh.
Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me.
Mr. Powers.
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
Wow, that was very Xavier Renegade Angel. Holy shit. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Why would he be under arrest? He didn't do anything.
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Literally profiling. Literally just profiling. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
What if instead of Stefan Karl Stephenson playing Robbie Rotten on Lazy Town, it was this guy? Sex Files. Tomorrow's testimony. I know, Free and Rose, right? What's about this testimony you're giving? What are you gonna talk about?
I don't really know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
Saw something important. What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
On me?
Claire, thank you so much for the $9.65 tip. I'm sorry that the Sex Files was on top of it. I'm really sorry. I'll drag it under. I'm sorry about that. Whoopsie dipsy. I'm sorry, just. Oh, did you do that on purpose? Okay, I feel less bad now. Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's, oh shit, it's 666. Terrifying.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Deck, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's all right.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Matt Ungard.
This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women.
I wouldn't have guessed. I couldn't have guessed.
He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Yeah, unforgivable, Pearl.
Yurusenai wa ne.
Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you.
He looks like a pickup artist.
But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know, Ms. Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of ganky? Oh god, that was terrible. You know, Jules, it's a funny fucking thing. Life's a funny fucking thing. When I was in college, I had like 0 male friends except for my erstwhile boyfriend, because the only boys in the fine art major were me and my eventual boyfriend, and then these like 2 really shitty dudes, one of which was like a shameless pickup artist type dude, and I absolutely detested him, and I can't help but wonder if I would have the same reaction to him if I met him now. Let's talk about Adrian Andrews.
Hey, that's Ms. Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little.
So Ms. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Ms. Andrews?
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? If you're interested, I can give you a little bit of the details.
He's so happy. Oh, we already did this dialogue. Let's talk about Celeste, if you know her.
That's Juan's former manager, right? Celeste Impacts. She was with Global Studios for a while way back when. But some things happened and she ended up moving over to Worldwide Studios.
Some things, as in?
Well, there's no one left around who knows the details, you know. Only rumors are left now.
Okay, he doesn't remember that guy. Gossip. Also, funny story. My ex-boyfriend from when I was in college, my first boyfriend, And really the first person that I had a serious relationship with was AMAB. However, when I asked them out, I was under the impression they were trans mask. No need for us to look too deeply into that. MK's out there having a conversation.
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image. But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see.
Wow, need him so bad. Fucking goddamn it. Why am I never clicked in when I want to be?
But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Ms. Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
That's kind of a personal subject for gossip, Mr. Powers. I mean, is Ms. Impacts? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so? Really weird sentence.
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man."
A truly insidious man need him so bad. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Hello, Legendary Frank. Yeah, I'm not wearing my glasses today. I feel like they kind of clash with the outfit. Myopia is a lot better. A much better match for this outfit. Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
Thank you, Kringus. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ungard and Ms. Andrews. They're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Phoenix, you don't have any fucking evidence, my dude. You have zero evidence. But dum 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 dum.
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous.
Yeah, I know. We're in trouble now, pal. Oh, I'll be back in the office really soon.
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth.
Did he get shot now? Edgeworth.
Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end.
Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we needed to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow, I doubt that. March 22nd, Wright and Company Law Offices. Despite it being kind of hot and sweaty in here, my eyeliner has done a good job not sweating, or not smudging so far, so I'm happy about that. It's unfortunately supposed to get, not only is it supposed to get hot today, it's supposed to get real fucking hot tomorrow. It's supposed to get into the 90s tomorrow, so that's gonna suck dick. Also, let me get rid of this.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Oh, I thought he was shot or something, man. Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Hey?
This quickly?
And this bear's what gave him away, pal.
The bear.
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth who figured...
Shh, Pearls. And go on.
There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to the scribe.
Who is it?
Ms. Wendy Oldbag. She's the real murderer. A trick from left field. You never saw it coming.
Who would be so rude as to spy at another person in their room?
Mad oh God.
Huh?
Mad oh God. Your client, that's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. That is exactly the evidence I was looking for. Thank you very much. I don't actually have it in my fucking court record yet. All right, I have to talk to him first. Stuffed bear. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear.
Again, it looks like they actually converted the figure for this one, because 3,800 yen would be pretty paltry. A receipt. That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal.
The store clerk said so himself. You want to talk about Ricky Moves, Legendary Frank? How about going in person as a eminently recognizable celebrity to purchase it?
He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Regard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Regard's autograph out of it, pal.
Fuck off. You couldn't get fucking Shelly to buy the goddamn bear?
So I'm sure the person who bought that stuffed bear was Mr. Regard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. Credit card receipt added to the court record. Spy camera. So what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you could get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you to file away into evidence.
Yeah, of course I'm not going to tell the prosecution about it, because that's not how the law works in this universe. Spy camera, transmitter, and stuffed bear refiled into the court record. Thank you very much.
I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Matt Ungard? Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Ms. Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
You gonna see him, Mr. Ungard, I mean.
Yep. I'm scared, Mr. Neck. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself. I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done?
Hey, pal. I'm just gonna stare at you like this. People are jealous of my roguishly cool detective look, pal.
He has new dialogue. He has new dialogue. It's not about how he's lost weight recently. It's new dialogue.
It's because of this look that I passed the detective's test, you know.
Oh.
But you know, people can't coast through life on their looks alone, pal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can't count on your looks alone. Wow, I learned something new today. So, do you guys think Gumshoe cut himself while shaving or what? Having a bit of a stream hiccup, aren't we? Well, we're back. I hope you guys are there. Had a bit of a hiccup there, Twitch side. Do you guys think that Gumshoe cut himself while shaving? Is that what that is? I've never understood what that little tape bottom is. Okay, awesome, Brems.
You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk.
Oh, maybe just. Maybe he has a mole there and is embarrassed about it. Or maybe he has a scar there and he's embarrassed about it. All right. Let's make it happen, Matt. Matt's secret. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed that's so right, Stream Elements? Now is a great time to sub to the channel because it's September, meaning that you get a discount on any present and future subs you purchase during this month. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. You planted a goddamn camera in his room. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder.
Secretly film? What?
And then sent the images that camera took with this transmitter.
Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden?
The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
You sure, dude? Who else could it be from?
Person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was you fucking dumbass. Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude.
Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
What else did the bear tell you?
He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard.
If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. He still has 4 psyche locks.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I proof that you bought it anyway. I have here 1 credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from when you bought the stuffed bear.
Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time.
A $3,800 toothbrush?
It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles.
Okay, so it's just dead elephant. You weird creep. Right, you, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? That's true. We are also, if you'd love to ruin Gist's perfect 666, we are collecting donations to replace this shitty worn out desk. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, you should have said that earlier.
Shh.
So can I ask you one thing?
Yes?
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay?
No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential.
So, what are you gonna do now?
I'm going to find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... because you ordered his death? God damn, we're on a 3rd page of evidence. Brutal. I'm gonna try the killer card.
What is this card?
Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you?
Shelly DeKiller? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Yes, a queer oddity. We established that he bugged Juan's room. This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. It was so cool when Matt was like,
dude, don't you know ignorance is bliss?
I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Ungard, I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're a hero of justice. You're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is, the real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I should have screenshotted that. Fuck, I should have screenshotted that. Fucking goddamn it. No! Why didn't I screenshot that? What is with my fucking sticky fingers? No, I can't back out yet. Thought if you didn't know, you'd back off. That's what I thought anyway. Mr. Ungard, you really did hire... Please give me another chance to present evidence so I can back out of this. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. When was the last time I saved? About time for what? No! 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 No!
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ungard.
I'm gonna load the save. I think I saved right before I gave him the psyche lock. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I have all the evidence, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. I'm sorry, I gotta get the shot of him saying he's gonna be a good boy. I'll skip through all the dialogue. Also, that was only a 4 psyche lock. No, a 3 psyche lock things. The last 3 broke on their own. This was an illusion. Yeah, he materialized a huge ass tumbler. I know you pay close attention to Mr. Corrida. Here's the camera. Boom. Okay. Where was the camera hidden? It was in the bear. I can't believe I didn't screenshot that. The person who gave the spare to Mr. Corrida was you dumbass. I think it's clear, that's what I'm getting at. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret. Here's proof it was you who put the bear in the camera, or vice versa. Store clerk remembers you, and let's go. All right, reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corrida's room. Here we go, here we go, here we go. You're his client. Since you're the one who set up this camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in the room. So how would you know something like that? All right, I'm not clicked in, hang on. Now I'm clicked in. It's because you're his client, that's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. Here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Thank you, Matt, for repeating the line. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Ungard, you really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to... I didn't read his line. There you go.
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ungard.
Legendary Frank. I love him so much. He's so fucking hot. Shadow Glitcher, thank you for the follow. Oh no, Matt Ungard, please don't hold me for ransom. Ooh-ah. Time for you to meet him? Oh, okay. Ooh. Remix of his theme.
Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have.
You really... So you are Shelly the Killer's client? Oh, look at him. He manifested a huge tumbler of brandy. He's gotta be evil.
You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime. little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Ms. Andrews' secret?
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins.
What?
Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed above their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in.
I just realized something. I think Matt is younger than the murderer in the first case.
It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Yeah, they don't say it in the game, but that scar is actually from his pet tiger clawing him up.
Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl?
God damn.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Karita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
Yes, that's true, Just. That did occur to me afterwards. This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Karita had been able to give it, then Mr. Ungard's secret would have...
A queer oddity, he didn't know that Adrian was gonna frame him for the murder, though. Prior to her doing that, there wasn't really any evidence to implicate Ungard in the killing. She was the one who planted the bloody button in his costume and stabbed the body with his knife and wore his costume in the hallway coming out of the room. Everything that led the police to suspect Ungard was from Adrian. And that's why Shelley called us at the beginning of the case and said, I want you to get Ungard an acquittal, he's being set up.
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. Utsukushina, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Karita ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away.
Giving me a lot of screenshots, Mr. Ungard, aren't you?
Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them.
Holy fucking shit. You can't just say that, Matt. You can't just say that.
Put on a sweet, innocent face like this. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt Ungard.
Queer oddity. We don't have to speculate about that.
Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Karita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Karita!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow.
Grr.
Oh, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How's that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear.
I mean, he killed the guy that you paid him to kill. That's a piece of evidence in the man of his word column.
You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
Matt talking about rubbing one out. You scoundrel! Fucking what century are you from, Phoenix? Say bastard, say bastard. This game was rated T for teen. I don't know what it was rated in Japan, but they weren't using the script in Japan, so fucking say bastard.
So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
It's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Bye. He's such a great character. Maya! Maya, what am I supposed to do? Can we fucking talk to Adrian now? And now. Is this Adrian speaking? And now you finally found it. Nope, it was Edgeworth. And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth, I don't care for the horrid atmosphere in here. Let's return to the precinct. But Adrian, I had to... March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Agender witchery. I think the idea, I mean, tried for what? The idea is that I can't rat on him or he will kill Maya. Edgeworth, let's switch clothes. Edgeworth, let's change in the same dressing room. Well, Wright, what are you going to do if you plan on changing your strategy?
No, we can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I mean, he was able to arrange for Francisca to get shot in the shoulder. There's no reason he couldn't arrange for me or Maya to get shot in the head. Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that's why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn. What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Yeah, it reminds me of Better Call Saul, just. Matt Ungao. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer. Matt Ungard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person... Wow! Coming from Edgeworth, huh? Didn't expect to hear that from him. Kind of puts you to shame, doesn't it, Phoenix? I really enjoyed Better Call Saul, I think largely because of my strong foundation as a Phoenix Wright fan. It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. And the character of Saul, or Jimmy as he is known in the opening of the series, actually does believe what Edgeworth is saying here. And so he solves one of my main criticisms of Phoenix Wright as a character, which is that he doesn't think he has any professional obligation to people who are guilty of the crimes of which they're accused, which is not the case. Saul Goodman understands that even guilty people need lawyers, all right? Even guilty people deserve a fair trial. And God knows it's not a fair trial because the cops and the DA are gonna do their damnedest, right, to keep the accused from speaking with their lawyer, to stack as many charges as is possible, to cast the defendant in a negative light. They do anything and everything to collect evidence illegally and then again it passed anyway. They will do anything and anything and everything to put you at a disadvantage as the defense attorney. And Better Call Saul is one of the few shows that, first of all, does not spend the entire time sucking off the police, as so many police procedural dramas and legal procedural dramas do. And second of all, actually has a character who fights exactly as hard and as ruthlessly to get his client acquitted as the cops and the DA do to convict. And that, I think, is an extremely laudable goal. Right, there's a bit of there's like a gray area here in the video game because defending someone means proving them innocent, as opposed to, right, in real life, if you're representing someone who's guilty, you can talk to the DA and negotiate a deal, and then go to your client and be like, so here's the thing, it's very, very likely that they will be able to prove you are guilty at trial. They're offering to reduce the charges to this if you plead guilty and avoid a trial. And then, you know, your client can decide to do that or go to trial. And if they lose and go to jail for a longer time, that's on them. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. But what exactly is that? You know, Phoenix, maybe if you fucking went to law school, is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I mean, yes, you would be undertaking actions that you know are criminal. That being said, if you think defense attorneys don't knowingly get guilty parties acquitted all the time, it's kind of the job, Phoenix. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose it in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. You should have it all right, because that's your name. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. I love Phoenix Wright does have this atmosphere that like being a lawyer is something that someone is destined to do by the merit of their spirit. You can't run away from being a defense attorney. It's who you are. It's what you are. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Better Call Saul ultimately sort of comes to a similar conclusion. Why we fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. Edgeworth, you're always using all you have to pin me down. Right, well, Agender Witchery, here's the thing. And this is gonna reveal just how much of a nerd I am. I watched a law school seminar by a British lawyer that was about why it is necessary to conduct yourself as if your client is innocent 100%, even if you think that they are guilty. Oh, load. I was like, why are you guys saying load? Did I fuck something up? And he told a story about when he was serving as a public defender, because apparently they have those in England too. A guy got arrested for shoplifting. And when he saw his lawyer, he spun like a huge story about how it was a setup, and the manager of the store was in on it, and the security guard was in on it, and they were like both working together to set him up as having stolen this item. And the guy's lawyer thought, okay, well, that's obviously not true. And so he did not conduct himself as if he believed his client was, as if he 100% believed his client was innocent. And years later, he had to deal with a different case, which led him to believe that, in fact, that store manager and security guard had been setting people up as shoplifting at that store when they hadn't been. And he was filled with shame and regret. So, don't be filled with shame and regret, and just imagine that your client is innocent. Yeah, Diesel Shot, it is crazy. And obviously that's like a pretty extreme case, right? Obviously that doesn't happen all the time, but it can happen, and there is a possibility of it. And that guy in that moment, and he talked about having a lot of regret for this, conducted himself as if that was not possible. And it later turned out that it was not only possible, but probably true. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth isn't with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty! Phoenix, you're such a bitch. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. I'm glad that it never went to the police or anything, just. However, you're mistaken. What are you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you'll find out on your own. I have faith that you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Beep, beep, beep.
Francisca fights for your freedom.
Mr. Deck, the transceiver.
Beep. Yeah, I occasionally watch law school seminars on like YouTube. It got a lot easier when the pandemic started and law classes started being taught over Zoom. And so there were cameras on every single law professor, and so a lot of people just started posting them to YouTube. Beep. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. All right, I'll get rid of the sex films. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager that you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. It's not like I like him or anything, Baka. He is my client. Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. RB, I'm sorry. What was it you called me? What did you call me, RB, earlier when I insinuated that Matt and the killer might have had something going on? What was it you called me earlier? Could you refresh my memory, RB? I think it started with a B. What was that? It wasn't uncouth for once. What did you call me earlier, RB? What was that? This is what I like to call my aftercare. Body. Yeah, was I being bawdy, RB? Was that me being bawdy, or was I correctly reading the text as intended? This is what I like to call my aftercare. Fucking hell. Reading that in that voice, man. What the heck? Ah! Phoenix, you don't know what aftercare is? Wow, that's really irresponsible. Oh my god. I'm gonna cancel you. What the heck is aftercare? I 20 yards, so I'll reduce that on. What the fuck was that? My mic just got. Oh, was that the Bwong? That was the Bwong. Yeah, Phoenix is an irresponsible lover. Let me reduce the price of the Ahegao for you. Bring that down to 87. Right, well, Agender Witchery, Matt's saying that to me now, but after the trial, he's gonna spoon me and tell me what a good job I did. Agender Witchery, reducing the price of the Ahegao. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What's your name? Wow, I don't know, Phoenix. Could we possibly imagine who this guy might be? I believe I told you once before. However, you did. But my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer.
You're Shelly the Killer?
Please keep in mind you do not have as much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain,
Maya!
it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it that she receives a nice long nap.
Ah, no, I hate nap time.
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Gist. I suspect that his name was Dekiller in Japanese as well. Dekira or something, or Zakira. And that is just less obviously a terrible pun. Let's find out, though.
Nyan.
All right, Shelly Dekiller. Let's see his name in Japanese, please. Wikipedia. Oh no! It is not in katakana, is it? It is a straight up Japanese name. Why does he have... Oh, he has two names because one of them is John Doe. So... Which one is his first name, then? I think it's Koroshiya Sazaimon. I don't know if they're fucking reversing it here. Koroshiya means assassin. Okay, so that's probably... Yeah, that's probably his family name. Yeah. Koroshiya means assassin. Additionally, since it is spelled phonetically, it contains she, the character of death. The Killer also references this. Oh yeah, look at that. So his name is spelled with kanji that are pronounced Koroshiya, but it is not spelled the way assassin usually is. Okay, cool. And yeah, so yeah, that means Koroshiya comes first. His name is Koroshiya Sazaimon. Sazaimon comes from Sazai, which means a seashell. Like his surname, it's composed of purely phonetic components. Yeah. Sazai. Oh my god, it's so long. Koroshiya Saza. His name also contains that really fucking weird kanji. I have now only seen it 3 times, twice in this Phoenix Wright game. The kanji that does not have a pronunciation of its own and just means repeat the previous syllable. The za in Sazaemon is spelled with that character. The same as the zu in Suzuki, Maggie's Japanese name, and the same as the second da as in Adadagi in Monogatari. Tessa's Kanji Corner. We're back again. All right, how many fucking Ahiga reductions am I sitting on? RB, I took care of 20 yards. Just tell me the rest. Besek Maya. Thank you, RB. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that at the end of the transmission? Huh? Oh, that. Sounded like a cat. A cat?
It can't be! That cat! Can it?
What is it? Phoenix, you are the dumbest motherfucker. How many old British men with their faces stitched in half can there possibly be wandering around this city? I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for On Guard Mansion immediately.
All right, you hurry over as well then.
Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. All right, let me take care of those reductions. 11, bringing the price down to 76. 16,976. No, so Garrulous. It's a little complicated. I would love to talk about it now at this super tense moment. It's a little complicated. The repeat the previous syllable kanji doesn't necessarily mean repeat it as exactly, it means repeat the same root syllable. So it can mean repeat it exactly, as in the case of da, da, gi. That second ra is written with that kanji, and it's repeating the ra. Hello, Guamhurt.
However, it can just mean repeat the same root syllable, as is the case in Suzuki. Now, we would say that su and zu are different syllables. However, in Japanese, in kana, they're written using the same character, the su character, just with a diacritic to change the s to a z, to change the consonant sound from unvoiced to voiced. So, right, technically repeat the same root syllable. So it could be susu or sasa, or it could be suzu or saza. March 22nd, On Guard Mansion living room.
Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
The killer does have a really weird name though, because like Araragi's name, it is written with a full kanji for every single character, which is very atypical. Usually the point with writing your name in kanji is that, you know, your name is like 4 syllables, Matsumoto or something, and you only write it with 2 kanji, Matsu and Moto. You put them together, you have your name, and you don't have to write out Matsumoto in kana. So names that are written with exactly as many kanji as they would need to be written in kana is very unusual.
Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. He's not even supposed to be in the area. I don't believe it. That butler! All this time, he was the killer. I know, right, Phoenix? It's completely unpredictable. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Is the fucking bear a bomb?
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear! But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
Figurine added to the court record. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Oh, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that door? This door. It's locked! Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam, slam, crash. Ah! There's no one here! From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright! An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Yeah, just he didn't. So I don't think it was On Guard's contingency plan. I think it was the killer's contingency plan. I think the killer had a quick way out of here if he got revealed, if he got found out. And he did get found out because of the cat. So presumably what happened was the killer was on the transceiver with me, cat meowed, the killer realized, oh shit, Phoenix Wright was here and he saw the cat. He's probably gonna figure out, he's probably gonna put 2 and 2 together. I need to GTFO now. And so that's the contingency plan. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. LOL, Agender.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wine glass, totally kosher. Wine cellar, totally kosher. Wine bottle, better cut that. That has to be an orange juice bottle. What the fuck is with this game? Ellipsis. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. I've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Maya. What are these, Phoenix?
Wow. I've never seen so many bottles all in one place before.
What's in the bottles, Phoenix? Well, I guess when you're a star, you can have so much money that you can buy anything you want. What's in the bottles, Phoenix? Where's the giant, Mansley? The light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. Oh, is that supposed to be a window over the door as opposed to a fluorescent light? Looks like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. This looks like a picture of Ms. Impacts. With love, Celeste.
Ms. Impacts, you mean?
Yeah, Mr. Karita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Ms. Impacts be here in Mr. Ungard's mansion?
Well, you see, Celeste, you see, Pearl, we grown-ups have something called cheating. We grown-ups have something called NTR. Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Celeste's photo added to the court record. I think that's what I need to break Adrian's psyche lock, which I completely forgot about until this second.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame.
So I should point out, viewer, you may be aware of the test custom system, whereby any money you contribute to the channel, be it a donation or a sub or bits, can be put towards my streaming a game of your choice. I should mention that it being September and subscriptions being much cheaper than usual, you still get the full amount of credit for like a full price sub added to the game of your choice if you subscribe. Because I'm still getting the same amount of money, and that's what counts. Yes, Brems, that's what we're gonna do.
On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Ungard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left.
Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk.
That's it for now, Nick. I guess I missed that, talking to you later.
No, Mystic Maya!
Right! What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Somebody tell me what the fuck she said at the end there. Bye, Nick. I guess I'm gonna die now. I'm not in any of the later games because I die in this case. I don't mind dying if you... I mean, I guess she knows she has proof of the existence of an afterlife, so I guess it is less of a decision for her to say she's all right dying than for somebody normal to say that they're all right dying. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? That's right. They felt the need to remind the player because it's been so fucking long. Thank you, RB. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. Ms. Andrews' psyche lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. Time to open that last lock. Before that happens... Good evening, Mr. Wright. I'm just eating some sour Skittles. What's wrong? You look ill. Ms. Andrews. I'm also eating sour Skittles. I have come to remove your psyche lock. What the fuck are you talking about? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. God damn. Very horny case. Here we go, here we go. It's just one lock. It's like nothing. Why frame him? Could you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Ms. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Ms. Andrews, A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste, there's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Ms. Impact's suicide. You think at the end of the psyche lock, her 6th pair of glasses is going to break? What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Ms. Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? I sure can. This is a photo of Ms. Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. What? With love, Celeste. This is Ms. Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ungard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Unlock successful. There's no hit points to heal. Why frame him? Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Korea didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt. Matt seems like the kind of guy. Matt seems like a bull. Let's be reasonable.
Because of Mr. Ungard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. Hey, I would be too. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. Wait, when was this? Because Matt isn't that old. How the fuck old was Celeste when she died? Killed herself 2 years ago. It doesn't give an age, neither on that nor on her suicide report. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. And this is apparently when that picture was taken, because she's in the exact same pose. Right, long, long ago, when Matt was 18 or 19.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. By a man younger than her, no less.
That's so horrible.
Thank you, Brems. Ahem. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. This is a case about manipulative 18-year-olds. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a— This case does not pass the Bechdel test, my god. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. Exactly, Christopher Bird. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Karita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
Yeah, frankly, Pearls, I don't either, but looking into the brains of monogamous straight men is a danger zone, so... It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Basically what I was saying, yeah. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
report those impacts.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die.
Damn, Matt is a piece of shit.
Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
Whoa, you see the guy in the loincloth on the left?
And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan.
Oh, you did?
It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with.
Awesome. I thought you were actually ignorant of the contents of that note.
They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body...
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? Kurita was such a piece of shit that maybe it's okay that Matt had him killed and I can acquit him after all.
That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt.
Also, they really are, like, chauvinist manipulative masterminds for 18 to 21-year-olds. I have to say, most 18 to 21-year-olds do not have thought that subtle. I think that most men that young who are abusers in a much more direct and less subtle way. I don't think that this, like, scheming blackmail chain of, the mesmerizing and the charisma and the I'm gonna reveal this to hurt your career and you're gonna reveal this to hurt my career. It's kind of a lot for 21-year-olds. Especially because you gotta figure, like, they probably got into the game as child actors. So I found Matt's initial persona of, like, just a stooge who does everything everyone tells him to be very plausible, because they were probably doing what they had been doing since they were, like, God knows how young. Could be a teenager, could be even younger. Who knows when their parents got them into child acting, right? If they're an actor at 21, if they're a successful actor at 21.
Those two were always spying on each other after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public.
Hey, Gender Witchery, I know someone like that.
I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt.
Ah! Yeah, Adrian comes out of this looking really good, actually.
And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation, or with what I know now. To be continued.
Here's my thoughts on the law as a profession. Law enforcement is a human rights violation. And the only reason that there is any kind of functionality to our criminal justice system is because of defense attorneys acting as steadfast, rigorous representatives of their clients' well-being.
I would understand if somebody found moral fault with criminally defending someone that a defense attorney knows to be guilty. I'd understand if one of you felt that that was immoral, unacceptable, whatever.
That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
This might look familiar to you guys, incidentally. What? What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
Huh? But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
Giant mallet gavel. So anyway, yeah, I could understand if somebody had a moral objection to the criminal defense of someone that you know to be guilty, but the fucking only reason that anyone comes out of our criminal justice system alive is because of the profession of defense attorneys. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Anyway. I'm just a simple country lawyer. Hello, this is Phoenix, right?
You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Yeah.
Hey, dude. What's good?
If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict too.
Yeah, CRISPR Bird, it is. It is. And I don't think that's perfect, but it is unfortunately the best we have. There are two different scenes in... Yes, you had Scaro mode. Oh, you weren't here for the reveal, Diesel? There are two scenes in Better Call Saul where two different characters talk about what the law means to them. Jimmy, the main character of the show, and his brother. And Jimmy talks about it as an imperfect system that needs rigorous advocates to function, which I agree with. And his brother says, I truly believe it is mankind's greatest achievement. The idea that no matter who you are, you're still subject to the rule of law, which is never how it has ever worked. Anyway,
it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict too.
grr. Banana. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you ever. I'm a little concerned that I'm not gonna finish this by 5. Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! I'm guessing this is Mia? Yeah. Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Pixel Pixie, I hope so. But there's a whole ass witness that I still haven't interviewed. Not to mention Will Powers, who wasn't even who I was thinking of. Ah! Is that accursed Ungard again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe! I'm really, really sorry. You don't have fucking caller ID on your Nokia? Where are you?
They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
Pearl is Mia right now, a gender witchery. She's been channeling Mia on and off for this entire game. Then you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get Ungard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
You're not supposed to do that. That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make that trial last longer.
Uh-oh, I have to make the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. All right, fucking anime after school special ass. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end.
Well, fuck, goddammit. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Damn, look at Edgeworth's ass. That's crazy.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Edgeworth, is the pissing contest necessary in this situation? Thank you, Pixel Pixie.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
You mean the guilt of these actions is that from which she cannot escape?
Then you're saying that she's guilty after all.
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
I like Adrian.
Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard.
That's true, guys. I'd really love it if you could help me afford a new desk. My current one is so shitty and small and crammed into a shitty little fucking corner. And I want one where I can actually fit both monitors parallel to each other and a scanner and my keyboard, and it doesn't shake when I type. So I'd be very grateful for anything you're able to spare towards that end. Thank you.
Fuck. Okay, there we go. You guys remember that one time I tried to put up that picture of my desk and I accidentally put up not only the voicemail green text, but also the picture of those dumbass shoes? Actually, are the dumbass shoes still here? That's not it. There's the dumbass shoes. They are still here. Look at those. Ridiculous. Anyway.
What a surprising turn of events!
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor.
I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
But we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound.
I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Your Honor, I would like to submit these big yellow shoes into evidence.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, big yellow shoes would perfectly fit in as a piece of evidence in Phoenix Wright. Is it that lady we saw showing them off on TikTok? She looked like a Phoenix Wright sprite. I think there was one animation she did that was very similar to April May from the first game.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay, I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes?
What? I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room. It sounds like he was about to do that, Edgeworth.
Okay, sure.
Bumpa.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Uh-oh.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with a bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. Yes, Crisper Bird, he does have a robot arm as part of his costume.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? This guy is still called John Doe in the court record. Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Well, Agender Witchery, keep them from seeing it because it's fucking ridiculous to anybody with any real-life legal perspective. At first you thought it was a bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
Yeah, I can understand that. And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, from the juice cellar.
How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I might just have to press everything. Sometimes they're like that. And that would be consistent with my having to play for time. Ahem. The defendant's room. Why did you go there?
Well, I skipped over that fucking dialogue.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright,
What is it?
you're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Crisper Bird, I think so. Every time. Witness? I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry.
Yeah, Crisper Bird, the thing about that is that when they changed the wine bottle to an orange juice bottle in the circus case, nobody was drinking out of it. It was in a cafeteria. They didn't say anything to suggest that anybody drank out of it. It was empty, and one of the characters smashed it over another character's head. Nobody ever said anything about drinking out of it, but I guess it being in a setting where food is consumed is too close to suggesting that somebody was drinking it.
So you went to the defendant's room and then?
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? What? Are you sure that it was Matt Ungard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
September. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Talking with someone at first, you thought it was a bellboy, watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. He's usually a stingy piece of shit.
A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night.
So who are these guests you're talking about? You jackass.
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Oh, shit, really? Did I not press on this?
The bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Yeah, he gave the bellboy a tip. For fuck's sake, what? He literally said it's pointless to press anymore, and I agree. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in the nickel samurai costume. He's talking with someone. At first, I thought it was a bellboy. At first, what did you mean by that? You didn't think it was an ordinary bellboy, and why was that? Oh, actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated, there we go.
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
That's it? That's your fucking dialogue? So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. I mean, both of them. Let's start with the tip. It sounds like it was a lot of money. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. Can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash? Well, what if they were all ones?
Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. He's really rich. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Oh la la, you're my superstar. Objection! Who is that, Madonna? Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. What do you mean you don't get paid? How do you live?
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita.
Then the bellboy that the witness saw?
Yes, he was the assassin. Measure.
Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley DeKiller?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. Phoenix lives in a dumpster behind a grocery store. It does seem like he maybe lives at his law office, which he also has in common with Jimmy McGill. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller.
Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir, right away.
I didn't get to ask about his face. That's annoying. Maybe he'll say it now.
This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Edgeworth, now is not a fucking time. You had to go to the bathroom? That's odd, isn't it? And what time was it?
Well, I don't remember. The awards ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Saw the bellboy exiting his room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face.
Yeah, pretty conspicuous, Mr. Hired Gun.
So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the very pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Surprised they put that in this game. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Is the white streak meant to look like teddy fluff? What are you talking about, RB?
Now to think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place.
Oh, on DeKiller's hair? That never occurred to me. I know Pearl said he had the teddy bear face, but... Oh god, maybe. That never occurred to me, wow. Huh, never occurred to me. What exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers.
But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers know? We have photo evidence of that tray in Mr. Kurita's room. He just dropped it off, that's all. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really, really isn't.
If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever.
He dropped it off. We have evidence, you bitch.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one.
Grr, Edgeworth. Oh, nice.
Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe at this time I can present the picture of the crime scene, and we will see that the tray is there, and I will use that to argue that it's not suspicious for him to be empty-handed. Bingo bongo. Mr. Powers.
Yes?
You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches.
Ah, that's maybe not ableist, it's something.
And
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Clearly not. Edgeworth could very easily object to that.
gulp. Well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed?
I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Oh, sorry, Legendary Frank.
Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry.
What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed?
I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean.
I recall that you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that.
Tess was on a tray in Kurita's room, being served with a suckling pig with an apple in my mouth.
Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Yes, it is freak scene. That is by design. All right, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Gulp.
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
What do you mean someone like yourself? You're the most credulous idiot who sentenced countless innocent people to death? Ugh.
It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay.
Their second meeting. Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously?
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident.
Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. All of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, you may your cross-examination, please.
Queer oddity with the eye hair reduction. Yes, Your Honor. You are not normal. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that episode. I've really seen very little Xavier Renegade Angel. I don't usually like it. It's just the one episode where he's having like the vision quest and he's arguing with a copy of himself. I don't just like that scene. I like that entire episode. It's really the only episode of Xavier I actually like. Is that what you saw when you were busy spying?
You snows, you lows, you nappa, you get slappa. Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in a sort of sneaky spy-like.
I knew he was spying. Please, it doesn't really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly. What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know.
He gave something to the person inside the room. Hang on, I wanted to press on that point.
I said hold it.
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Yeah, agender witchery, that sounds about right.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about, yeah, did you see the person inside? So who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah.
Well, it was Mr. Engard's room, correct? So it could only have been Mr. Engard himself, I'd say.
And then, what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room.
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall, went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? Saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door with some kind of a stalker.
I think we can forget about this alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation. Let's do this again and ask about what he gave instead. He gave something to this person?
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kind of small.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. Okay, I just needed to read all his dialogue, including both points there. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was this person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was... no.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think I know what it was. I don't know why I would do this, but I guess this is the way I play the game.
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
Edgeworth, you didn't hear? I sent you a message. I tried to call you.
Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Matt Guard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Engard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client.
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored.
What are you trying to pull?
I'm trying to play for time, you jackass, so you can rescue my hostage. What do you think I'm trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
The person who received the bear? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of...
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually,
So I remembered. So I currently have an hour left of stream. I'm just over the 4-hour mark. So I will... I don't know if I can get this done before then.
I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it.
You've got to be kidding.
Aren't you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. You think Edgeworth would be on board with playing for time with me here?
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry.
Now I will bring this
Hold it! Your Honor!
Again, Mr. Wright, we've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from the court, Mr. Wright. Edgeworth, do you want to save Maya's life or not, you sack of shit? I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
The bear? Hello, Trash Huffer. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh!
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Phew. Disaster averted.
You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion.
Yo! Edgeworth! Whose side are you on?
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape.
Can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer. Edgeworth, are you fucking shitting me? Edgeworth! What the fuck, man? What? You gonna tell the court that I'm only defending Ungard under threat of Maya's murder, too? And that I believe him to be guilty? Why fucking not?
The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I think we've heard enough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, RB. I was just thinking, I didn't think I saw stitches in that picture.
We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion. As well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For dooming Maya to death.
You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth.
Edgeworth, what the fuck is this shit, man? He is so inscrutable in this case. I have no idea how I'm supposed to feel about him. I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, do I? What should I do? Raise an objection. I will now announce my fuck you! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one trick discovered by a mom. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes.
Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews?
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could have very well been Ms. Andrews.
But what about Mr. Ungard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion?
It was a well-laid trap set by Ms. Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. Finally, you start fucking pulling for us, man. Only when it allows you to throw Adrian under the bus. You really don't like her, huh? What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell on guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on.
Order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. Evidently agender. I think I was gonna make a joke like that yesterday, but I couldn't find a way to word it.
His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specifically, that's not a word. The killer did specially bring that bear to on guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? I know, right, Crispy Bird? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Ms. Andrews.
And who would that be?
This bear. It's quite simple, Your Honor. Ms. Adrian Andrews herself.
I see.
Yes, absolutely, Legendary Frank.
Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3.
Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian.
She's the most likely other suspect. She literally did frame you for the murder. You're fucking dumb, Matt. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Deck. Pearls, where's Mia? A queer oddity, indeed, why not? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Oh, Maya channeled her then. A really strong power. Hi, Nick. It's me, Mia. I'm in Maya's body now. Oh, Mr. Deck, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. Just barely found something to latch onto.
Phew, that's good, pal.
What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time!
If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh, a tent? I could see a circus tent. Who's saying this? Powers? Who? Oh, a tent. I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus.
Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox.
Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. Was she in Acro's room?
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Gumshoe, do you understand the whole spirit channeling mechanics at play here?
Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you all right, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. Just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Yeah, can I beat this in the next 47 minutes? Even if I can't, if I can beat this in the next, like, 77 minutes, it would behoove me to keep going. Helena, thank you for the treat. Skittles, yum. Those are actually really good. That's why I ate 2.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to the client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. RB, unfortunately, there's a whole ass witness that has not been called yet. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Ms. Andrews? Of course I have.
You've seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Ms. Andrews, could you please enlighten this court to this bear's secrets? Wait, did that say that my sister can't hang out tonight like she wanted to? Sorry. Oh, she couldn't hang out for lunch, excuse me. Could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Yeah, Crispy Bird, it's fucked. Why? Why does she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Thank you very, very much, Lucky, for boosting us to 686. Maybe if I go late, we can get it past 700. Thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you. At its center is a small cavity, with just enough room for a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. I think I was doing an Edgeworth voice there in my absent-mindedness.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. The bear figurine. This is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, you can be taken apart one piece at a time. Its center is a small cavity. What is in that small cavity? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland mentioned!
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Ms. Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. I am a Swiss citizen, but I'm not going to show my Swiss ID on stream for a whole host of reasons. I usually like to show it off to, like, my friends, but I'm not going to show it on stream. If you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. Who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. You mentioned that. So I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. Yes, I have Swiss citizenship, but it can never be the same again once it's broken. else knows that this bear is actually a small container or a jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
Yay, Kyogi, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
69? Nice. 6. The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Ungar didn't know, right? We don't know anything about this figurine, so we should try to find out more for now. Yeah, I'll keep pressing her for more information. Very good. A puzzle. That's right.
Well, it looks like an ordinary figurine.
This is reminding me of fucking Illbleed. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. This is the only thing I haven't pressed on yet. So you can take it apart. How would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Ooh, this is most interesting.
Boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Figurine updated in the court record. Exactly, Harvey.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize
Huh?
that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and it is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next. Witness.
Yes.
You are the only one who can open this. Please.
There's a painful silence all through the courtroom. All eyes are on Ms. Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. I've opened it. It's the suicide note, isn't it? Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, I didn't remember any of this shit at all. All I remembered for the rest of this case, back when we were discussing this, when I was like inspecting the room with the bug detector, I remembered Matt's character turn. I remembered the witness who hasn't been called yet, who I assume is the next witness, and I remembered the bad ending that I got, and that's it. I don't even remember what the good ending is like.
It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Yeah, let's bring this up again, Edgeworth.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. A little tip-off would have been nice, Adrian. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Yeah, practically Asian cat. It's a little weird.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. Maybe she doesn't have to be here for this. And I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop.
Are you deeply sorry, Edgeworth? You said some nasty shit yesterday.
Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang out loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. I'm really going to be reading her suicide note in the judge's voice? In her note, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. Agender Witchery, I don't think that they would be surprised because Pearls, in her own form, has been in court with him before. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Kurita and Ungard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Ms. Impacts had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word!
Matt Ungard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Celeste's suicide note, found inside the figurine. It tells of Ungard's horrible misdeeds. Do I get to read it? It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself, and this time he went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
Ugh, how am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. Yeah, I guess so. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! Suicide note or the figurine, which of these should I pursue? The suicide note? Because there's somebody else who wanted it? Adrian? Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. Can we fucking clear the goddamn courtroom, please? I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain... Oh, that's Edgeworth's voice. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Ungard could not have known what was written on this note.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Mission.
Order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. Bah! I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. I mean, it's evidence, dude. Matt Ungard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. Each thought of the other. They even went so far as to use this type of item to fight each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Juan Corrido, was being spied upon. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ungard. But I have the transceiver, and the transceiver indicates that the camera wasn't set to go off until 8 on the night of the murder. Yeah, it was running from... Oh, okay, that's actually mentioned on this piece of evidence. Running from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. So, would not have shown Corrida hiding that note.
Order. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. How the fuck does evidence work in this world? They just bring it in their pockets into the court? But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched, the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. Why don't you use a real one? By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Madam Guard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along.
Got me good this time. Don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking?
Bobby, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shh, stop! Don't look at him! The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm gonna do next is running around away like a frightened child work.
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Yeah, well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
The photo... I don't fucking know. I have no idea, man. I have zero clue.
All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? I literally have no idea. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Present evidence, I guess. I have an objection, Your Honor.
That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright.
That's how you're supposed to say it. You're not supposed to yell it.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You're beginning to sound desperate.
That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So you're telling me that I forgot something?
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Fucking I don't know, man. The bear or the picture or the suicide note? It's probably not the probably not the picture, right? Should we try the suicide note first? Yeah, I did save RB.
That is Ms. Impax's suicide note, right?
Yeah, and what does it say about that? Just tells of Vanguard's horrible misdeeds. Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was left inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has not yet been analyzed.
Oh!
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Wow, what a reach.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting...
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. Incorrect! But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Okay. There goes pair number 6. We're gonna move on to pair glasses number 7.
You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Madame Guard. I did no such thing. She's on pair number 7.
Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
You're the one who needs evidence to prove it's real. Mr. Edgeworth, you are the one who presented the scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
Is that how that works in Fantasyland?
Ugh.
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defense has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
If that's the case, seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is gonna carry the trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
Yeah, but you give her more time to be rescued.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt. This is a lawyer trying to buy more time. When Guard is clearly guilty, even an idiot can see that.
I think we've reached the end of the line.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Just start chanting guilty.
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the Where's Maya? What happened to the killer?
He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time.
But
Don't tell me we don't have any more.
Guilty! 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 Do you hear that? They're calling for his head!
Mr. Wright, I can't for us to come this far and...
Oh! What is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, maybe. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Take that! What was that effect? Oh my god!
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy us some more time!
court is in session. Edgeworth really seems like he does not give a shit whether Maya lives or dies here. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
This time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes. Please, Your Honor, that's all I'm asking for.
Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, and not the defense's, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 3. Right! Well, what's going on with Maya's situation?
You'd know if you didn't hang up on Gumshoe, you prick.
The killer looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Maybe we can.
I found her, pal. We're good. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things behind. Can we use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? I would prefer that you look for Maya, you dumb shit, but that's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. Hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk-of-junk car, it's a Peugeot, it's French. I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there, wait for me.
All right, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir, no one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What the fuck just happened? Was that an earthquake?
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer.
He fucking crashed his fucking car.
No one can stop me.
What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Quick, Pearl, channel Gumshoe. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Transmitter? Right, we're not in the middle of a mock trial here. I guess this won't work, huh? I guess it's up to me. All right, I will think of something. Oh, fucking hell. All right, no. No, we're all the way back here. Oh, God. Fuck, I didn't save. Oh, my God. No. Oh, fuck. Examine the suicide note. Ah, fucking Christ. I think we can get through this. I don't think there's that many more choices in between me and... Yes, hello, the cops. They're going to rescue Edgeworth, or Gumshoe now. I'm mashing B as fast as I can. I'm drumming on my right index finger with my left index and middle fingers to just mash B as swiftly as I can through this. Oh my God. Wait. Here, text skip, full auto skip. Well, this is the best I can do. Oh my God, no, the call from Gumshoe. Ah! Gumshoe, you had a traffic accident in my timeline. Let's really enjoy this scene together, viewers.
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure he won't be a prick on hang up on me immediately.
Edgeworth, catch. Take that. Pew! Dumbest animation I've ever seen in any of these games, including the cloak floating onto the bust in the previous case. Objection. Measure. Request a 30-minute recess. We can do the analysis in that time. 30 minutes, very well. This is gonna be the last recess day. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, what's going on? Let's talk to Gumshoe again. I'm sure he won't fucking crash his car into the fucking wall and die. I swiped the evidence. I didn't let the police take them. I'm not a policeman anymore, as I was fired from the case. I got into a traffic accident. I'm not gonna save yet. There. Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is a way. There is a way. How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. The wine glass, of course. It wasn't the transceiver. Is it fucking this thing? The transmitter? Nope. Gumshoe loves his tomato juice. Guitar case. The knife, with the suicide report, with the photo, with the fucking card, with the spy camera, with the bear. With what, Phoenix? With what? I don't know, my Magatama? Nope. Is there actually a solution to this? Is it a profile? Oh! Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like, oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Right, Francisca planted a tracker on Gumshoe. Forgot about that. She microchipped him. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? Okay, now that that's done with. They tricked me because they said we can find Gumshoe with this, like it was an object, but it was not an object, it was Francisca. They tricked me. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Christopher Bird, if you're asking why she microchipped Gumshoe, it was to track him so she'd know if he was blabbing to the defense. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. Have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued. How much is left of this case? How much is left of this case, pray tell? So is 4-2 trial the last part of this case? Because if so, I might just push through. But if there's like a 4-3 or a 5 anything.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's nothing, Your Honor. All right, I think I'm gonna have to push through. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Handwriting analysis inconclusive.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, no 9-hour stream. We have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Ms. Impact herself. It is a fake. Shit.
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Ms. Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita? Well. It looks like Ms. Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible, however.
His theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Present evidence? The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Guard to not have known it was a fake. I mean, her handwriting is on this. But do you mean that... No, because he couldn't have gotten it open, right? No response because it's the wrong thing? Yeah. Okay. Mia! Would you not bust my balls for 3 fucking seconds? Oh my god, and at a time like this.
The bear, because it was at his house?
Nope. Jeez. They're really putting me through the ringer on this one. Ba-da-da-dum. I presented the bear. Oh, the other bear.
What is this little item called again?
Video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right! A camera! You kids and your fancy toys nowadays!
Mr. Edgeworth. Earlier, you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, I have an empty chair. It worked. You gave me the right answer unintentionally. This means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ugh!
So then, the defendants knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order, Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured.
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is it his cat? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her to commit murder? Here we go, I think. That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It is,
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller.
Oh, Mr. the Killer. What? Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much to drag this much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I'm a professional assassin. I say! What is going on here?
Your Honor?
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do! I cannot allow this in my court! First of all, we can't even be sure that this is really Mr. DeKiller himself!
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley DeKiller.
I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya! Maya!
A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller.
It looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley DeKiller. What's he gonna say? About my client. I don't know who that is. I have an empty chair, genuinely.
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend.
Well, Pixel Pixie, I'm glad to hear that. I've not played that, but that would be appropriate.
Are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Yes, Shot, I don't know Rocky Horror. I've never seen it. Rather, isn't it... Doesn't it also exist as like a stage production and a recorded thing? I've never seen either of them. No, I've not seen Rocky Horror Picture Show. Okay. And what is the name of your client? We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm uncouth. Listen, I'm pretty uncouth and unaware of the world.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
Why the fuck not?
I still have a few things to say before I do.
Ah, that egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about this extra fluff, then tell us the name. Patience, try to calm him down a little. Okay. What must you first state, you dickbag? We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's...
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry, go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
Your face is quite prominent, motherfucker.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the to kill a name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did...
Yes?
That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! Very well, it was only a hypothetical anyway.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You... Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. Okay, now we've pressed him on everything. What the fuck? Am I supposed to present something? Ugh. An assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between his client and himself. But. Nope. Man, fuck you, Shelly. Ugh. Yeah, Tessa's 2 monitors are crammed onto her shabby, wobbly half desk she got from a friend who was moving. Oh, shit. I think I just went through a bunch of dialogue. I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. Sorry, I didn't realize that I was in new territory there. But this is the desk, and I am going late today, so it would be super cool if we could get past 700.
I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent.
Okay. Wait, what? You said you were fucking ready. It doesn't matter to me. They went outside of the prescribed role. Kringus, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I'm wondering about something you said. You said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
Hello, Maya. And that's why you feel you can betray this person?
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think, really.
In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you'll seek.
You've made it. Are you? Now do I press this? Now I press this, probably.
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. Now I press this.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will.
Witness! What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier!
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be! On the phone earlier! What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps? I knew it! This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is telling a very serious lie!
But you were the one who summoned this witness!
Gak! You, Shelley DeKiller?
My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Biological... never mind. Sorry, mods. Wow, all of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Thanks, Brams.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. DeKiller is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is clearly lying under oath. Certainly, is what it said, actually. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Ms. Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you.
Shelley DeKiller, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Bringing us all the way up to 726. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank our last donor, Kringus, for getting us past 700. Thank you, Kringus.
The knife and button donning the Nickel Samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Ms. Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her.
Wow, Judge, you're making my argument for me here.
I would say that you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
I believe this is the fork where you get the bad ending, and I'd like to show you the bad ending if possible. Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
Have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? This is what I did the first time I played the game as well. Your Honor, the defense requests that... It's no use. I can't... It feels like I've lost my voice. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ungard is a killer, a murderer. This isn't what I remember. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over. Never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Huh!
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
So what I remember is letting Ungard off the hook and that getting a bad ending. Maybe you do that at a later point than this?
But, that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Later point? Okay.
Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Yeah, it's literally not his job. Right away, Your Honor.
Yes, hello. Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done?
What shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court?
About my client, part 2.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. All right. Indeed, Garrulous. Well, I know how that feels. Bum, bum. Hang on, I have to message my sisters. I should like to really phone. I'm not Shelly DeKiller. there. Yes, it's a mistrial. Adrian Andrews is my client, however.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
Ah, no. I'm not thinking of...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you?
What?
Why would... Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders.
However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene.
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi, too.
No, I already told you I have no intention of using your services ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Adrian Andrews knew
From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd. Even more appalling is the creation and planting of this knife and button.
So why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. Why would someone why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That's true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all. And to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's not for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
That's what he was referring to when he said his client had broken the rules. And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? Then you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
Wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. Okay, what lies? Fuck, I didn't notice any fucking lies. Adrian Andrews is my client, however. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. Is there some point where he did overlook tampering with the scene of the crime? My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carita was dead. What, I present the fucking juice? Dumb as shit. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. De Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. So I am aware of a linguistic trick that they are pulling here that first-time viewers probably are not. I have to say, I guess a grammatical rather than a linguistic trick. I have to say, playing it with the benefit of hindsight, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
I see your point, Mr. Edgeworth. What is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you're mistaken. No, Arbit, I'll point out what it is after we come to it. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection to this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Objection. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Very well.
Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking.
This request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Request taking. I want to ask about that bar. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? It was with a brief pause. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak with the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yes. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now is of the utmost importance.
Oh, really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well.
Right. So, here's the thing. In Japanese, you very rarely grammatically have to use personal pronouns to refer to a person. In English, you have to virtually every sentence you talk about them. In Japanese, you don't. And there was a little fudging taking place. They did the best they could here with passive voice and by saying the client and Adrian Andrews instead of saying she. But at a couple points here, they needed the three characters who know Adrian Andrews' sex, Phoenix, Edgeworth, and the judge, to refer to Adrian as they, even though they already know her pronouns. And that was what I was talking about earlier that's sticking out like a sore thumb. Like a sore thumb. There's no reason for somebody who knows Adrian Andrews is a woman to refer to her as they during the sequence, except that if they said she, it would reveal to the killer that she was a woman. And in the original Japanese, nothing in any of their sentences indicated that she was a woman because you very rarely need to use personal pronouns. In Japanese, the closest thing to a she pronoun is saying, basically syntactically, saying something like that woman. That's a weird thing to say in English, but it is more in place in a Japanese sentence. And they could have said that in any of their sentences when they were discussing Adrian Andrews, but they didn't, and not saying it isn't that weird. So, yeah, they had to fudge things a little when they translated this into English to make it so that nobody revealed Adrian's pronouns before this part of this piece of dialogue. That's true, Lucky. She is an entire genre of of envy. I didn't say non-binary person, I said envy. Well, certainly the issue has become more confused in the intervening 20 years, but for the moment. Shelly, sorry to do this to you, bro. What the fuck is this stupid bullshit? It's the same guy. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. Oh my god. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's when you thought he was trustworthy.
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
I like to imagine he's not responding with incredulity that his lie was seen through, but rather than Phoenix is actually pushing this point. Shelly to Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip up about her.
So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Wow, Jesus.
Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that is precisely the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews. Ew, I forgot about that it sweats oil.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. That's a really weird coincidence considering we're all speaking English. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on?
Right, Practical Aviation Cat. They did not say she at any point, I am an empty chair, and the writers had to work real fucking hard to make them not say she at any point. A bunch of times they used they, and most of the time they just said Adrian Andrews or the client.
Shelly the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
Ugh, I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of one corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. You found out people were trans before they told you, not because they were outed, but because of clunky pronoun usage? I don't mean to toot my own horn here, viewer. But I didn't encounter people of ambiguous gender identity until I got to college, when I was living in the dorms. And I was very, very good at not using any pronouns to refer to them, if I do say so myself. It turns out, if you're smart, you can get away with never using a personal pronoun. If you don't know the person's pronouns and you don't want to ask, and you're afraid, you don't want to use a neutral pronoun because that might insult them, because, they're trying to present in a different way than what you're picking up. It is actually possible to never use a personal pronoun to refer to a person. I acquired this skill early on, and it continues to serve me well to this day, 100%. I used it at work recently, as a matter of fact. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. We can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Request taking, part 2. You took that request by mail. What are the 2 or 3 other things, dude? 2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Let's press further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one...
Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. I don't know, I guess not. Here, I'll save. He just fucking hauls off and kills her on the fucking radio. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. It was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase.
And then, what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client? Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish.
But it was found at Mr. Ungard's house. Shelley to Killer. If you had really given the bear to Ms. Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. Oh, that's why, actually. Never mind.
This item... I see where you're going.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honor, please think back to Ms. Andrews' testimony. They also avoided ever saying Ms. Andrews, since honorifics are also gendered in English, and I was going to burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Ms. Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order.
I don't know if I mentioned it, but that's true. We are still raising money for my desk. I'd be very glad for anything anyone can spare.
So that's where you two were going.
So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreements. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please!
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
Is it hand or hand? It sounds like it would be hand. I was talking about this with MK last night. In Southern English dialects, certain sounds were replaced by aw sounds, like both. That's the bath thing. They say both, they don't say bath. And I fucking have no idea which words that replaces the sound in. And it is a replacement. It wasn't both originally. It was bath earlier in Southern British English, and then the aw sound replaced it. I don't know that there's any hard phonological rule for which words have that replacement. I think it's more just you have to know it intuitively. Obviously, people who learn a dialect of Southern English growing up do it automatically. I don't know the famous Nigel Thornberry quote, no.
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. You think there's a need to hear more testimony? Is this enough?
Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
Prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you are...
The prosecution rests.
What is going on here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
Misha.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance.
It's the first time that not being able to prove something would be in the defense's favor.
If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Ms. Andrews would be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we'll now hear the defense's final remarks.
No, RB.
Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. Tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. This is probably where the fork for the bad ending is.
Hey, dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But At least on the charge of murder, it would appear you're innocent.
There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. The note that said that was a forgery. There's no fucking evidence of that. Huh. Are you straight up doing this in court, bro?
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Ungard!
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree?
You're kind of blowing your own cover here, my boy.
Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
Should I side with justice? Should I save Maya's life? You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die! But if I say he's innocent, then Ms. Andrews will be charged as the murderer. If I say he's guilty or not guilty, either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. Then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent.
CRISPR bird, let's find out.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you? Or my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is not guilty. Heartbeat, I think they might show it in an oblique way in the third game.
We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is...
Objection!
Franziska von Karma! Wait, did I get the bad ending choice wrong? I think I got the bad ending choice wrong. I remembered it wrong. Oh, not yet? Okay. Excuse me. I have an empty chair. Let's not think about that. It's later? Okay. They faked me out twice with this shit already. Alright. Not guilty, but it doesn't matter what I said because I don't actually say it out loud. Because Francisco whips me through the door.
Objection!
Francisco von Karma to the rescue!
What are you doing? Ow!
You'll see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces?
Wait, that's the judge's voice, goddammit. Did you bring them? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside of that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. These items do not bring up any new points, and they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? I mean, it probably was the pistol that shot Von Karma, but there were no bullets fired as a part of this case, so I don't think it's necessary to hear. I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. Pistol added. Wait, it's getting added to the court record anyway! The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Videotape? Or videotape? I bet the killer took that from the Youngard mansion. It was the video of him committing the act, probably. But it's not gonna show. So it's gonna show the killer killing Karita, and then it's gonna show Adrian Andrews coming in and doing all the shit we already know she did. So I don't think that's gonna help. Right now, we don't need to establish the killer's role in this case. I should be listening to information about a different piece of evidence. That's fine, please present the next piece of evidence. Videotape added to the court record. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Fuck. So Pixel Pixie, it depends on how much time she's had to work on her American accent. Germans who are trying to do an English accent will often hyper-correct and pronounce a V as a W because the V sound in German, because the W in German makes a V sound, as in the last name Schwartz, Schwarz. And so if they're trying to correct for that, they'll see a W and think, or they'll see a V, which they would also pronounce like a F or a V, and then think, oh, but I should pronounce that like a W. They just get into the swing of replacing the V sounds in their speech with W sounds when doing an English language accent. And so, yeah, video or video, either way. Or she could just actually say video and be good enough at English by now to know that it's a V, but I guess I'm asking for more details here. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? So, like, if you've seen Better Call Saul, if you watch season 4 with all the Germans, you will hear them say things like very with a W, and that's the hypercorrection I'm talking about. It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. You can tell I looked way too deeply into German accents for this, because I fucking couldn't do one before I did.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, the items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. These 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he?
Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first, save now? Okay. makes Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer were to no longer think of Ungard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else! I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown. He's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what's always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean, you mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. There's one person who is yet to see them all, and that person does not yet know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections to the. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying that it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show this evidence to that person? Hito?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. Turn this situation around in one try.
One try, that is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Ungard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to?
Is this the fork that gives you the bad ending?
I see, and now tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
Okay.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't have anything to say to this.
How about you, Miss Von Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so very reasonable.
I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue.
What?
No one understands what you're talking about anymore.
Wait, please, one more chance.
That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Matt Ungard.
Okay, I remembered it wrong then. You get the bad ending by picking the wrong person to show that evidence to. I thought you got the bad ending by choosing to get Matt Ungard let off the hook.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
I guess the reason this has to be a custom bad ending is that getting Matt declared not guilty is a bad thing in this case, as opposed to every other case. That was it for the case. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. The end. Hey! Justice ill-served. I got an achievement for getting the bad ending. That is actually the split in the timeline that causes Apollo Justice to happen. A lot of people don't know that. That's why Phoenix Wright is a homeless wino in the first case of Apollo Justice. And he's not a lawyer anymore. That would make sense. That's not actually the case. That's a joke. I mean, yeah, we saved Maya's life. Have to try to remember everything that's happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. All right. No, we need to show evidence to Shelly the killer.
I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
They're very smart in that they don't give you any indication of whether you're doing the right thing. The videotape of him committing the crime, just got his face on it.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
Wait, seriously?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Wow, even now they're keeping me on my toes.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are on this tape.
Me?
Whoa. There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client. Naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? This is where I present the suicide note about what a piece of shit he was, I think. The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. They were talking about you, and this is what they said. See, now it makes sense for him to say they, because he's trying to leave it ambiguous whether he's talking about Adrian or Ungard.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the killer? I don't know why you said oh ho.
It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. See, it makes sense for me saying that, because he doesn't want to reveal he's talking to On Guard, but Shelly knows. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client?
What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Dekilla name, even if it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Fun. Creepy. I see. Oh, I was doing the fucking The Killer voice again. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes The Killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around.
Mr. Wright,
Yes?
my contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item! Beep. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the Miss Von Karma, where did that...
Actually, I have the whip now. She always has you in her sights. She's fucking Widowmaker. Is that the one who says that? I don't know who says that. Yay, Iggy, thank you so much for the $24 donation, bringing us to 750. Thank you, Iggy. I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Oh no, poor Maddie. Mr. Ungard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me! Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. RB, maybe because he didn't perform the murder personally, he might get life imprisonment or something. He might be charged with conspiracy to commit murder. I don't know. The laws work in this made-up fantasy world. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. What do we want to do, chat? Do we want him to go to jail, or do we want Shelly to kill him? I'm gonna start a poll. What do go to jail, death by Shelly? I'll make that 2 minutes. I have a feeling I know what you guys are gonna want. I am also assuming that this matters at all. But Mia made it sound like it did matter. Well, yes, it's understandable if you would want him proven not guilty, declared not guilty, since after all he is guilty, or declared guilty rather. It's understandable if you want him declared guilty, since after all he is guilty of the crimes that he is accused of. Goes to jail, Shelly will still get him? Oh, so you're imagining a Breaking Bad type scenario. Debatable. Let's see how the votes are falling. Right now, go to jail is in the lead, but falling. That was a perfect time to remind you guys that I do need money to replace this goddamn thing. We're 3/4 of the way there, thanks to Lucky. Thank you. It was Lucky, right? Or was it Iggy? I should actually verify that before I thank the wrong person. God damn it. Stop. I'm trying to scroll up through chat. It was Iggy. I'm sorry. I'm miscredited. Thanks to Iggy, who brought us up to 3/4. So thank you for that, Iggy. Again, we are at 3/4, so we might be able to get the rest of the way. I mean, eventually. You think Shelly would get hired as a jail security guard or something? If the killer got arrested just to kill him in prison? Yeah, I guess so, RB. Right now it looks like go to jail is coming out ahead. We're at a little less than 30 seconds left. If the killer got... Yeah, if he got hired as a prison guard. I mean, he is a master of disguise, apparently. All right, I think the votes have fallen where they will. Unless somebody goes nuts and votes 10 times in the next 3 seconds. I think we're good here. Go to jail. Practical Aviation Cats seem to be the ones swinging that, but that's okay. I like to allow people to vote multiple times with their test bucks. Right, Chief. Plead guilty, actually. Matt Ungard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. Oh, this really badly reflects on my professional conduct. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger, no matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Ugh. Oh, so apparently that wound on his eye is self-inflicted? There he go. That's one of the better Phoenix Wright breakdown animations, I will say that.
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Mattungard?
I have left Ms. Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. Oh, God. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. You're not allowed to do that.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, in case you were wondering, player. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Yeah, he was a piece of shit. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put it? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Piece of shit. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, it's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel in this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. The fucking peanut gallery doesn't give a shit.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
He didn't say guilty. I guess he doesn't have to, technically. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. Come on. There we go. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that and what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Ms. Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. I actually chose not guilty at that time. Hopefully it's just generic dialogue no matter what I chose. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Yeah, I think this is just blanket dialogue no matter what you chose, because I did say not guilty then. Right! Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. You know, they tried to get the death penalty on her a couple times.
Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it, you really did it, Mr. Neck.
Ah, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Ms. Von Karma.
About earlier. There's not much time to wrap your story up, is there? This is kind of the end of the game. You don't get a 5th case for the DS release. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Remember when he brought her flowers? What a simp. You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Ms. Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth, for my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. Bum bum. I used every dirty trick in the book, so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. Very Japanese sentence construction. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... the guns in these cases look so fucking weird. It was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. Like, right? What the fuck is this? It's like a cowboy gun. What is that? And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. That's the Luger morph from TF2, and I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Have you not shamed yourself with defeat, ma'am? But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. I'm not saying it's not a real gun, I'm saying it looks stupid. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we'll always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me, this man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Deck? Mr. Deck, is Mr. Edgeworth your special sub one?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool!
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimperings of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. What, her whip? This is an electromagnetic receiver. I keep on saving because I'm afraid they're gonna make me do some sort of story-relevant evidence presentation. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah, her whip. Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? Fucking burn it now. I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. How about just the whip doesn't set foot in another courtroom again? You should keep this right. Okay. Nick! It's Maya. Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Oh, what a happy reunion.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Besides, it's over, okay? Anyway, it's over, okay? Besides, even if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. All right. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick, food. Grub, chow, I'm starved. Well, don't fucking gorge yourself. You've been starving for 3 days. You gotta start with something light, like soup. Just eat a little. I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice big juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
Yeah, if you insist. All right, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be, oh, that was Nick saying that, I guess. How about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. She's gonna make Edgeworth pay for an expensive meal. This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make up for it by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick, food. Edgeworth, you pay for it. At the hotel where you were kidnapped? March 23rd, 7:38 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby.
Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, are you all right?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him? You did it again, city boy. I'm here for some fucking reason. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna fail on me or something.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Rat too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now, everyone gather. Is Lotta at my fucking feast? My victory party? Y'all are gonna get your pictures taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Why don't they just release it from evidence?
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Now I'm hungry. Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's, Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
Oh my god, we find out now.
What? 4? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item?
Ah, come on, y'all, it's over. But oh boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped.
I don't have Gumshoe's coat.
Never a dull moment with you, huh?
Ha ha ha, you think? I mean, she looks so happy about that.
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared?
Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had it rough, gal, so where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Ah, that's too bad.
Well, it's all right. It wasn't anything important anyway. No, I want to see it, please. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, tracking device seems to be in a different location. His coat, probably.
Probably busted or something, sir.
Well, that doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. Still have some work to do.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
You've eaten way too much, you glutton. She was fucking starved for 2 days. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait, what? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, Wright. I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can... Shit! Give him to express how I feel. Shit. Fuck. Shit. Have a teddy bear. Have a picture that says with love, because that's how I feel about you. Have my attorney's badge? The whip. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. Wow, that was very opaque. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Yeah, it'll make I get where they're going with it.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Duck. Hey, Mystic Maya?
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two could go back to being lovey-dovey, right?
Yes, the whip was correct.
You and Mr. Duck, I mean.
Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. My first thought was the attorney's badge, since that was the only point of relation between Phoenix and Edgeworth. But right, it wasn't about Phoenix or Edgeworth. It was about Von Karma. Once again, a joke becomes the correct answer. Thank you, Agender Witchery. That's so funny. Yeah, Ezra, the ending is dragging on a bit.
Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you needed to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
No, Edgeworth, come back!
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000. I can't open the court record to check it against the old camera sprite. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. What? Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm not paying that. Fuck you! Go to hell. I'm not paying that.
Isn't this great, Mr. Duck?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. All right then, if you say so. The ending theme for this one is pretty good. I think that the ending theme from the third game is the best one, but this is pretty good. Do you think that, oh, you really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Do you think that the cat's name was Shu, S-H-U, in the original Japanese, and they just wanted to keep the name, and they changed it to being spelled S-H-O-E, because it's kind of a weird name for a cat?
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Duck, and I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case. On your credit card, of course, Mr. Duck.
Shuichi Muramoto. Koichiro Yamamoto. They're backwards.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Takeda Seiko and Endo Shigeo. Oh shit, it's Maggie.
I'm Maggie Bird. I'm retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come to my restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
We would never go to a place like that in a later game. I knew it, Agender. I knew it. Bag boss the entire game. You didn't miss this guy.
Yes, are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Potty. Recently, yes, that girl, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I ever laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes, ho.
I should be clicked into the game so that I can be ready to take a screenshot. I'm already clicked into the game, very good. That main program was so important to me. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we're serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think that if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. Wow. Rude. Throw him under the bus. Programming. Yatomi Hideki and Sonoyama Kazuki. Oh, great. Look who it is. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Bo Curls represent.
We've got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah Chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Oh, thank God. Ben didn't say anything. Boom, boom. Your child bride is dumb as hell, dude.
What's that? A Strat? It's just an ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. And any man who ever heard about this is gonna feel the pain of my heel. Yes, they're gonna feel the burn. And speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous. Because of that, three of the warehouses where they stored the scenery burned out that caused a huge stink that I actually managed to read it all. Special thanks to Marunaga Katsumi and Kudo Hiroyuki. And also Suekane Kumiko and Suabe Yukari. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Ms. Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. Holy fuck. Howard, I'm really thankful to have met everyone. That's the name, right? Howard? The man's name, they're lesbians meme? It's Howard, right? Harold? Harold, they're lesbians. It's Harold. Harold.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
Your homepage is gonna get fucking blocked, my dude. Oh, weird agender. Mikami Shinji. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International Departures Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his, why do you still have it? I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations that I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that.
But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. Once again, it's like a quality of the spirit.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my wit away.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Speaking of that,
Wright gave me this to hold on to. Wright, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride.
yes, she has the gifted child syndrome, certainly.
I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, since this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you, that was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews.
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma.
There's the sprite. There it is. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Very sweet. Is that right, Gist? I didn't know that. One day, I assume it's her. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. I don't know who's talking or who they're talking about. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. I completely forgot about this. I completely forgot. That's so fucking funny. I completely forgot about that. Hey, and there's the achievement for reaching the end of the case. Well, it is past time I found somebody to raid into. I didn't remember when I saw the card just. Oh. Okay, actually, okay, for once I won't raid, because movie night in the Berry Dome is about to happen, and so I don't want to cut into that. It's happening in 4 minutes, so tune in for that. Wow, I'm glad I didn't go much longer then. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I really had it down to the wire. Arby, you could have told me. Thank you all so much for watching me stream Phoenix Wright Justice for All. That does it for this entry in the series. There are, of course, more Phoenix Wright games. I may do them at a later date, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be streaming Pikmin 1. I should. Everything should be set up for me to do it. I know MK is fucking with my Wii, but everything should be set up for me to stream that tomorrow. So look forward to it. As ever, I want to especially thank those of you who donated. Oh, I'll hit the donate link again, by the way. It was such an emotional finale. All right, Gist, very nice.
Yeah, I want to thank Iggy, who brought us all the way up to 3/4 of the way to our goal. Also, somebody donating under the name Shelly the Killer. I'm not sure who it was because they donated too much for it to be MK. Kringus, Kyogi, Lucky, Claire, Kringus again, and Maddox Kent. Thank you all so much for your donations. I am deeply gratified by the help which you continue to show me time and again. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I will see you tomorrow at my usual time for presumably Pikmin. Until then, I hope you guys enjoy tonight's movie night in the Berry Dome server, and